Gender Studies, with the theme Gender Equity and Social Inclusion for Social Resilience. This conference is held virtually on Zoom, Wednesday, 6 October 2021. The honorable keynote speakers, Dr. Miriam Luking from University of Konstanz, German, Nardin Shah Hussein from Monash University, Dr. Ahmad Munjim Nasih from Universitas Negeri Malang, Dr. Siti Aisyah Nasih, Dr. Siti Aisyah binti Petanik from University Technology Malaysia, Prof. Emi Susanti as the chair of ASWGI, Indonesian Association of Center for Women, Gender, and Children Studies. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Malang, Professor Dr. Ahmad Rafiuddin, MPD. The Honorable Chairman of School of Human Resource Development and Psychology, or SARPS, University Technology Malaysia, Prof. Dr. Siti Aisyah binti Petanik. The Deans of all faculties in Universitas Negeri Malang. The Honorable Head of Institute of Research and Community Service, Universitas Negeri Malang, Professor Dr. Markus Diantoro, MSI. The Honorable Head of Gender and Health Center, Universitas Negeri Malang, Dr. Azizatul Zahro, SPD, MPD. And the Honorable Chairman of WCGS from Universitas Negeri Malang, Dr. Nur Faizin, MA. Also, all distinguished guest presenters and participants of the Second World Conference on Gender Studies. Thank you for being with us today in this conference. This conference is held virtually by the Center of Gender and Health Universitas Negeri Malang in collaboration with School of Human Resource Development and Psychology, or SARPS, University Technology Malaysia, or UTM. The conference invites academics, researchers, and professionals working in the field of gender studies to present their contributions under the theme Gender Studies Toward Inclusive Societies. My name is Puri Selvi Khalifah, and I'm going to be your master ceremony of this conference. Well, before we go to the main agenda for today, I would like to read our schedule and remind you some practical information. First, opening session will be followed by the opening ceremony, opening remarks from University Technology Malaysia, an opening speech from our rector, Professor Dr. Ahmad Rafiuddin, and prayers. And then we have the plenary session 1. This panel discussion will be handled by Dr. Muhammad Firdaus bin Harun. And we'll go to the plenary session 2. This is panel discussion that will be moderated by Dr. Evi Eliana. And then we will go to the break and announcement before we run for the last parallel session. Okay, we provide you with a sign language interpreter during this webinar, so you can change your setting to adjust interpreter screen at comfortable size. And please do not forget to turn off your microphone during the main session. And also, it will be positive for us to turn on your mic, to turn on your camera, because we will have a photo session later on. You can also talk to us during the chat box and have any question related to this conference. And do not forget to address your question too. And please do not forget to write your name and your affiliation. We will also give a link of attendance today in the end of this plenary sessions, and the certificate will be given to you after you submit the feedback. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let us move to the next agenda for today. Now, we will watch together the video profile from Universitas Negeri Malang and University Teknologi Malaysia.
Revolusi Industri 4.0 menjadi tantangan sekaligus peluang dalam perguruan tinggi untuk mengasah inovasi. Didaulat sebagai kota pendidikan, Kota Malang menjadi rumah bagi gigihnya cita anak bangsa. Ragam asa keilmuan berpadu harmonis dalam semangat pembaruan. Salah satu garda terdepan dalam pengembangan potensi insani termasuk pendidikan. UM memiliki jati diri yang diwujudkan dengan simbol verbal The Learning University. UM secara terus-menerus belajar dan menjadi sumber belajar untuk meningkatkan diri. Sivitas UM harus berjiwa belajar dengan berbagai inovasi yang diciptakan dan dilaksanakan. Pengembangan dan penciptaan lingkungan belajar menjadi karakteristik utama pengembangan kampus UM. Berada di Kota Malang, kota pendidikan yang nyaman, UM menjadi pilihan tempat belajar yang menyenangkan. Visi UM menjadi perguruan tinggi yang unggul dan rujukan di bidang pendidikan, ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan humaniora. Universitas Negeri Malang adalah perguruan tinggi yang mengembangkan sayap keilmuan dalam bidang pendidikan, pengajaran, dan pembelajaran. Kampus yang lebih dikenal dengan nama UM ini konsisten berada dalam jajaran perguruan tinggi terbaik di Indonesia. Kualitas UM sebagai institusi pendidikan yang unggul senantiasa menyediakan gerbong generasi pencetak kemajuan bangsa. Berdiri sejak 18 Oktober 1954, UM lahir dengan nama Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Guru atau PTPG. Kemudian PTPG mengalami perubahan nama pada tahun 1957 menjadi Fakultas Keguruan Ilmu Pendidikan atau FKIP dan menjadi Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan atau IKIP pada tahun 1963. Menjelang genap 5 dekade atau pada tahun 1999, transformasi dilakukan kembali dengan menjadi Universitas Negeri Malang yang dikenal hingga saat ini. 66 tahun berjalan, UM telah mengokohkan diri menjadi salah satu bagian dari 12 lembaga perguruan tinggi kependidikan dan termasuk dalam 15 kampus terbaik di Indonesia. Sejak tahun 2018, UM menerapkan kurikulum transdisipliner dan kurikulum berbasis kehidupan life-based learning. UM juga mewadahi pengembangan diri dan prestasi sesuai bakat dan minat mahasiswa. Melalui unit-unit kegiatan mahasiswa yang terbagi menjadi kelompok penalaran, kesenian, olahraga, kesejahteraan, kerohanian, dan minat khusus. Mahasiswa Universitas Negeri Malang dididik dan diampu oleh dosen yang berkualifikasi dan berkompetensi unggul di bidangnya. Mahasiswa mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang revolusioner dalam mengembangkan pemikiran yang kritis. Mahasiswa juga terus didukung dalam berinovasi dan berkarya sesuai dengan disiplin ilmu yang ditekuni. Sejalan dengan spirit UM yang cinta kreasi, inovasi, dan prestasi. UM terus melakukan kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak, baik kerjasama nasional maupun kerjasama internasional. Di antara wujud nyata kerjasama yang telah dilakukan yaitu proyek 4E1 antara UM dengan Islam Development Bank atau ISDB. Kerjasama tersebut diwujudkan dalam infrastruktur untuk menjadikan UM sebagai pusat unggulan dalam inovasi belajar. Sebagai institusi pendidikan yang telah eksis selama 66 tahun, UM telah mendidik dan mengabdi menyiapkan generasi milenial untuk menjadi pemimpin masa depan, sekaligus mencetak generasi yang kontributif, kreatif, inovatif, dan peka terhadap perubahan. Prestasi demi prestasi yang membanggakan, telah UN torehkan, mulai dari skala regional, nasional, hingga internasional. Dengan melibatkan kerjasama internasional, UN mampu mengangkat derajat Tridharma perguruan tinggi menjadi berimbas masif dan berskala global. UN merupakan kampus yang ramah dengan generasi milenial. UN senantiasa terus berkembang dan bekerja sama membangun bangsa. UN mampu memerankan diri sebagai sumber belajar, tempat belajar, dan inspirator pembelajaran bagi generasi muda. Universitas Negeri Malang melalui semangat menjadi universitas pembelajaran berkomitmen untuk menjadi pusat unggulan dalam bidang inovasi belajar. Universitas Negeri Malang senantiasa berkarya dan terus berkarya untuk bangsa. Bersama UN, kami belajar meneliti dan mengabdi untuk bumi pertiwi, memberikan kontribusi, gagasan, dan karya nyata. Universitas Negeri Malang, excellent in learning innovation.
UTM, University Technology Malaysia, innovative, entrepreneurial, global. A global award-winning university in engineering and technology that coexists in the community to contribute to mankind. We invest in laboratories and facilities, empowering our people to solve life challenges. We nurture innovative minds through research and teaching because innovative minds drive competitive and innovative research culture. Life problems are brought into the labs to test our inventions against imperfections. Our facilities enrich our students' life because conducive environment triggers creative minds. We empower students to be active contributors in the ecosystem. UTM embraces inclusivity and diversity. Together, making a difference, our entrepreneurial talents continue to improve the quality of life. We reach out to where it matters, the society. Treating water for consumption. Our research products and services have made a difference to many lives. We provide engineering solutions for sustainable development, and our engineering solutions uplift the quality of life and well-being. Experts are mobilized to affected sites to respond to calls for help. We are proud to serve and make a difference. UTM strives with total commitment to attain excellence in science, technology and engineering for the well-being and prosperity of mankind. UTM, prospering lives.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we've watched together the video profile from Universitas Negeri Malang and University Technology Malaysia. Well, now let us move to the next agenda. We are going to hear the opening remarks from the head of the School of Human Resource Development and Psychology or SARPS from University Technology Malaysia, Professor Dr. Siti Aisyah binti Penatik. Hello, Dr. Siti Aisyah, are you here already?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to hear you. Okay, the screen is yours, Dr. Siti Aisyah.
Thank you to our MC today. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Rector Universitas Negeri Malang, Profesor Rafiuddin MPD. The Honorable Ketua Lembaga Penelitian dan Pengabdian Masyarakat, Profesor Dr. Markus Diantoro, yang berusaha Kepala Pusat Gender dan Kesihatan, Ibu Dr. Azizatus Zahro, MPD, para dekan yang berusaha Ketua Komiti World Conference General Studies 2 dari Universitas Negeri Malang, Dr. Nur Faizin, MA, all the distinguished keynote speakers, and all the docent, and semua mahasiswa-mahasiswi yang bersama-sama dalam conference pada pagi ini. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and greetings. Alhamdulillah, we express our prayers and thanks to the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. Prayers in salutation for the best of Anbiya Nabi Muhammad SAW and his family members and companions. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the second World Conference on Gender Studies 2021. This conference is the second conference ever organized in a collaboration between the Center of Gender in Health, Research Institute and Community Engagement, LP2M, Universitas Negeri Malang, and the School of Human Resource Development in Psychology, University Teknologi Malaysia. This year, due to the pandemic COVID-19, we organized this conference through virtual to embrace the new norms. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the Universitas Negeri Malang for organizing and collaborating with University Teknologi Malaysia through this conference to explore the possibility of sharing knowledge and experiences, which are contributed by experts and professionals from different corners of the world. Endeavors to find solutions to complex social challenges have increasingly required collaboration between universities. The joint effort from University Teknologi Malaysia and Universitas Negeri Malang Indonesia has so far proved to be fruitful in a variety of ways. This include the facilitation of a two-way flow of ideas, as well as the development of a platform and atmosphere for innovative initiative to be catalyzed and nurtured. Multiple points of view, method, and ways of thinking will be presented as a result, which will eventually encourage diversity of ideas. The ability to exchange ideas, acquire information, and gain new experience in a global context may make a significant contribution to academic and scientific advancement. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to say that this advocacy sustained by our insistence on excellence, on mutual academic benefit, and on wider societal impact will have a significant positive influence on society as a whole. I will continue advocating for closer collaboration between our two countries, and more specifically between University Teknologi Malaysia and Universitas Negeri Malang. Ladies and gentlemen, para bapa dan ibu-ibu serta mahasiswa yang dikasihi sekalian, in this year's conference, whose main theme was Gender Equity and Social Inclusion for Social Resilience, a major goal and feature of it is to bring academic and researchers together to exchange and share their experience and research results about most aspects of social research and discuss the practical challenges encountered in the solution adopted. This conference consists of invited keynote speakers session, parallel session in discussion with eminent speakers covering a wide range of topics related to gender studies and social research. We hope our experience with World Conference on Gender Studies 2021 is a fruitful and long-lasting one. With your support and participation, the conference will continue its success for a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, we expect that every participant to make presentation on social sciences, issues surrounding its country, as well as problems encountered by its country. So which would provide clear differences in the participating countries' awareness. So we hope through this conference, the participants are able to understand the difference and promote mutual understanding. We would like to pay our deep respect to all participants for your positive participation in the World Conference Gender Studies 2021. So we hope that through this conference, we will lead to the stability of the region in the future, insyaAllah. So bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu dan para mahasiswa yang dikasih sekalian, I would like to express my appreciation to all keynote speakers, our distinguished keynote speakers, for their for taking time together with us in this conference, and all the presenters and participants that participate in this conference today. So we hope that this conference will be a stimulant for us to work hard and contribute to the betterment of our society in the future. Finally, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Marcus Riantoro, Dr. Azizatu Zahro, and all the members of the program committees from the Universitas Negeri Malang, under the Center of Gender and Health Research Institute in Community Engagement, LP2M, and all the committees from the School of Human Resource Development in Psychology, University Technology Malaysia, and also all the reviewers. I'm sure that you have worked hard in ensuring this conference organized successfully. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala give us guidance and reward us with good tidings. So with that, okay, I end my welcoming speech with wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Siti Aisyah, for giving us the opening speech. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us move to the next main agenda in the opening section. We will watch together the opening speech from the Rector of State University of Malang, Professor Dr. Ahmad Rofiuddin MPD, and this will officially open our conference today. So, the committee, please, to share the screen.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and good afternoon. Dear WCGS presenters and all participants, warm welcome and heartfelt thanks I address to you for joining the second World Conference on Gender Studies 2021. This conference is a joint conference that is held by School of Human Resource Development and Psychology, University Technology Malaysia, and Center of Gender and Health, Universitas Negeri Malang. This conference is also supported by ESWGI, the International Association of Center for Women, Gender and Children Studies. Under the theme gender equality and social inclusion for social resilience. WCGS attempt to provide an academic forum for academics, researchers, and professionals working in the heart of gender studies to upgrade and refine their knowledge and skill, as well as disseminate their insight, thoughts, and share their best practice relevant to the conference theme. The conference addressed to key issues such as elimination of gender-based violence, gender, media, and culture. Number 3, literacy of religion, politics, law, and entrepreneurship of women. 4, the health of mother, children, and elderly. 5, family and society mental health. 6, public health. 7, education with GESI perspective. And 8, women in leadership. This conference invites prominent scholars who would share this insight and expertise addressing the theme. The broadly welcome Dr. Siti Aisyah binti Panatik Abdul Rahman from University Technology Malaysia. Number 2, Dr. Nadir Shah Hussein from Monash University, Australia. Number 3, Dr. Mirjam Laking from University of Constance, Germany. Number 4, Dr. Ahmad Munjin Nasih from Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia. And number 5, Professor Amy Susanti from Universitas Airlangga, Indonesia. We are delighted to see many academics, researchers, practitioners, teachers, and students participating in this conference. We strongly encourage all of you to take as much benefit as possible from this conference. Have a great conference day. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Dr. Fiudin for opening.
Terima kasih kepada
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Nur Faizin to invoke an opening prayers for us. Dr. Nur Faizin, are you here with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. The screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to lead prayer in Islam. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhika wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. In the name of Allah, the beneficent, the merciful, praise be to Allah. Lord of the world. Here we are all together in this conference, glorifying your name to ask your forgiveness and love. Here we are going to share our little knowledge we have from your generosity to spread love and humanity, which we will never know but the one you have given us. Rabbana la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana. Therefore, Lord, give us more your beneficial knowledge. Rabbana inna nas'aluka ilman nafi'a wa rizqan halalan tayyiba wa amalan mutaqabbala. O Allah, we ask your beneficial knowledge, good profession, and deed that will be accepted. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Wa sallallahu ala Muhammad walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nur Faizin, to invoke an opening prayers for our conference today. Now, we will move to the main agenda. Before we start for plenary sessions, I will read all moderators' curriculum vitae first. Okay. Our first moderator is Dr. Mohammed Firdaus bin Harun. He's a senior lecturer at the School of Human Resource Development and Psychology, Universities Technology, Malaysia. And he got a Bachelor of Islamic Revealed Knowledge and Heritage in International Islamic University, Malaysia. He also got Master in Industrial and Organizational Psychology in International Islamic University, Malaysia, and his doctoral degree in philosophy and psychology in the same university. His specialization is industrial and organizational psychology, university organizational culture, organizational change in higher education, psychometric and test development, integration of Islamic and modern psychology. Okay, let's move to the next moderator. Our second moderator is Dr. Evi Eliana. Dr. Evi Eliana is a senior lecturer at Department of English, Faculty of Letters, Universitas Negeri Malang. She is the member of Akademi Ilmuwan Muda Indonesia, or Indonesian Young Scientists Researchers Academy. Her research interests around gender studies, cultural studies, and Asian studies. She got the Bachelor of Arts in English Language and Literature in Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia. She graduated from Master of Arts in the Gender and Development from the University of Melbourne, and also get the certificate in Arts in the Gender Studies in the Melbourne University. And she got her PhD in the Australian National University, Australia in 2009. Okay, I think that's enough for all the moderators for today's conference. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, let us move to the main agenda. Now, I would like to invite our first moderator, Dr. Firdaus.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay, that's a clear, like a crystal. Okay. Without further ado, if you are ready to start, then I'm happy to give this floor to you, Dr. Firdaus.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you very much, our Madam Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. our honorable guests, respected professors, associate professors, doctors, lecturers, and beloved student and participant. Welcome to the second World Conference on Gender Studies 2021. Okay, before we begin, I would like to request again, everyone cooperation, listeners cooperation. Please make sure that your laptops, computers, or you are online from your phone, please make it on a muted mode so that we're going to have a very smooth session. And Alhamdulillah, in this first plenary session, we are going to hear from two distinguished speakers, expert in their field. From first of all, Professor Dr. Siti Aisyah. Prof, are you here?
Yes.
Yes, okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Prof. And then we are going to listen also to a very expert, well-known expert in sociology, Prof. Amy Susanti from Indonesia. Prof. Amy, are you with us now?
Yes, hello.
Welcome, Prof. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for your information, we are going to first have two presentations from our respected speakers, each 25 minutes. And then I'm going to open the floor for a discussion session. For a discussion session, you are invited to raise your question by write down in the chat section, or you can use the raise hand button, and I will pick up your name, and then I will I will call your name, and you can ask directly to me about your question. We're going to have about 30 minutes of discussion, and then we are going to end with a group photo session. Okay. Without further delay, before we begin with our first plenary session, I would like to briefly introduce our speaker. Allow me to share my screen first. Okay, I hope everyone can see. I think like being introduced before by our Master of Ceremony. Our first preliminary speaker is respected Professor Dr. Siti Aisyah Panatik Abdul Rahman. She is actually my boss. Okay. She is currently the chair of the School of Human Resource Development and Psychology, University Technology Malaysia. Okay, she received her bachelor degree from National University of Malaysia, or better known as University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Okay, also received a Master of Arts in Industrial and Organizational Psychology from the same university, and she received her PhD in psychology at the University of Waikato, Hamilton, New Zealand. She is one of the experts in industrial and psychology in Malaysia, and she have conducted a lot of academic research and broad policy research in the area of industrial and organizational psychology, well-being, and mental health. Okay, we are grateful to have Professor Siti Aisyah today, and today, inshallah, she will enlighten us on the title of Work-Life Balance in a Working from Home Environment During Pandemic COVID-19. Prof. Aisyah will show us on the challenges and direction during this time, a very important topics indeed. Okay, without further ado, please welcome Prof. Dr. Siti Aisyah Panatik. Prof.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. So thank you our moderator Bapak Dr. Firdaus, all the distinguished keynote speakers, and my fellow keynote speaker this morning, Professor Amy Susanti, and all the participants, dosen and mahasiswa. Okay, jadi insyaAllah I will give a talk related to the work-life balance in a working from home environment, especially during the pandemic COVID-19. And then I will discuss about what is the challenges in future agenda that we can do, okay, for the future, inshallah. So in this talk, I will try my best to use dua language, in English and also in Bahasa, insyaAllah, in order to make easier for the audience to follow my presentation. So before that, please allow me to say my slide today. So you can see my slide, right? Just to make sure everybody can see my slide. So this is the topics that I will going to talk today regarding the work-life balance. Okay, so this is one of the major issues. Especially during this pandemic, COVID-19, because we working from home by poaching because of this pandemic, and not because on our own. We can choose either we can work from home or not. But because of this COVID, all of the employees in the organization, by default, okay, we need to working from home in order to stop the spread of the COVID-19. Which we know that around the globe, most of the businesses, the organization apply this working from home alternative, okay, to stop the spread of the COVID-19. So this is just a brief scenario, okay, about this situation. Actually, I think all of you already in this kind of situation, the pandemic COVID-19. So when the World Health Organization announced COVID-19 is a global pandemic in the middle of March 2020. So meaning to say that currently we are already faced this global pandemic around 1.5 years, okay, almost 2 years actually. So we face this global pandemic, COVID-19, and then most of the countries we can see that they are very struggling to try their best, okay, in order to stop, okay, the spread of the COVID-19 around our society. So therefore, most of the government we implemented, okay, the movement control order or lockdown. So in our country, in Malaysia, we call that is kawalan pergerakan, perintah kawalan pergerakan. So meaning that lockdown. So all the people need to stay at their home in order to avoid from infected or give infection to the another people, okay, in the society. So because of this situation, we can see that this pandemic COVID-19 changed our way of life today, actually. So not only in the education, so we can see there is a lot of impact on the education. So when this movement control order, the lockdown implemented by most of the countries, so one of the big issue is our children. So the school closed, and then we apply the online learning. Okay, in similar with the university also, we apply the online learning, and this also impacted toward our businesses. Okay, the organization also implemented working from home. So this is the started point. How this influence our work-life balance, okay, especially during this pandemic COVID-19, because this is not based on our preparation, but this is by poaching because of this phenomena, this situation. So drastically, okay, our society and our karyawan, all the employees, okay, forced by default to work from home. So there is no choice, okay, except for the essential services like hospital and so on. But most of the like the business, the industry, okay, the organization, okay, most we applied, okay, this implementation of the working from home. So this is just a brief case scenario to show you, okay, how this impact our life, especially not only from the young children, but actually until to the adulthood. So this meaning that this issue actually is a global issue, okay, not only in a certain country, but this is a global issue. So based on this situation, so what we can conclude about the main issues. Apa isu sebenarnya, okay? So what is the main issues? So the first, here I highlighted about the, because I want to focus on the employees, the karyawan. in the organization, because karyawan actually is a big portion, okay, of our population that contribute to the economic of our country, our nation. Okay, so the first issue is about adjusting employees' work activities to a different location. So meaning to say that previously we work at our office, but during this COVID-19, so we are forced to work from home. So no choice. So all the karyawan, okay, so kita bekerja dari rumah, but at the same time we need to maintain our goals and responsibilities as our workers. So that is the situation, the first issues. So how we maintain our responsibility is workers, and also at the same time we stay at home. So we have a household cost. So meaning that we need to balance, okay, between our tasks for our work and also tasks for our family matters. Okay, so in our life, for example. So this is not easy for everyone actually to adapt this kind of situation, because we need to take time to adapt, okay, this to adjust the new norms, okay, from our normal routine previously, and then we change to a new norms, okay, with apply with all the standard procedure that we need to apply in order to help our society to stop the spread of the COVID-19. All right, so that is the first issue. And then the second issue is about our preparation. So basically the employers, the majikan, and also the workers, karyawan, unprepared physically, mentally, or infrastructure-wise. So this is the most important thing. So because of this pandemic, COVID-19, it is suddenly happened in our world, around the globe. So that's why we are drastically implemented this working from home in order to avoid the spread of this COVID-19. So basically, the employers and employees, they are not well prepared physically and mentally. So this is the challenge. And also the most important is about our infrastructure. The infrastructure here is the facilities, okay, that required, okay, from all the employees to do their work at home. Because some of the employees maybe they didn't have proper facilities at home to do work. So that's why this adjustment actually is the main issue, okay, in order to for all the either the employers or the employees to be prepared with this kind of situation. And also, of course, this situation also need a higher number of cost budget to make sure that we provide a conducive working environment. So this the second issue. And then the third issue is about the employees had to struggle with the staying at home of other household costs and high level of uncertainty. So this is also one of the major challenges to the employees that lead to their psychological impairment. And we can see that around the globe, we can see that there is increase of mental health issues, okay, among our society. So, for example, in Malaysia, until mid of this year, in Malaysia, just in Malaysia, because I know the statistic in Malaysia, the total number of suicide from our society is increased around 1,700. From the starting of the pandemic in March 2020 until mid of June this year. So there is increase. And then in terms of the anxiety level of our society also is increased. So in Malaysia, our index of anxiety is around 0.78, which is the benchmark to indicate that anxiety, the bad anxiety, anxiety disorder is 0.8. So meaning to say that our society, this is just to give you example, in Malaysia, our society face these challenges. Okay, so that's why they lead to the mental health issues. So struggle here meaning that they need to struggle to balance, okay, between work life and also family life. So this is not easy, especially for women. So I will discuss, okay, later on a brief literature regarding, okay, the comparison between gender, the gender equality regarding this work-life balance issue. Okay, and then the positive things, okay, is about this is the fourth issues that I want to raise here. This is a positive thing actually happened. So there is a potential silver lining from the COVID-19. Is that employers and employees are getting more used to the idea of working from home. So this is a positive thing, because when we already face this pandemic, COVID-19, and then I think it is almost 1 year. So most of our employers and employees, they are already getting used. Okay, so when they are already getting used this kind of situation, they are starting to compatible to work from home, because they already invest to provide a good facility in their home, okay, to perform their work. So that's why now in Malaysia I can see that there is some because in Malaysia now we are in the phase 2 in Johor. I specific in Johor. So we are moving to phase 3 and phase 4, because in Malaysia we categorize our movement control order based on 4 stages. And then specifically in Johor, because UTM we are located in Johor, close to Singapore. Okay, that is our location. We are already moved in the stage 2 of the MCO. So that's why we allow our staff to work from office 60% now. And then when we move to stage 3, so we increase to 80% to work from office. So what I can see, based on my observation, when the staff require to work from office, so there is another issue, okay, to change to adjust, okay, the life, okay, when they move to the office. And then the struggle is how about their because they already getting used. And then in Malaysia currently, because of the most of the nursery are still not open, okay, the primary school, so still not open. So that's why most especially for mother, okay, they take care of their young children. So that's why this is a bit complex for especially for the young mother to adjust again to come back to the office, because this situation still not properly, because our environment is still not really safe actually. So that's why the primary school is still not open. So this is the dilemma, okay, especially for the parents, okay, because even though that they already getting used, but now we are come back to the office again. So this is the phenomena that need to be adjusted, okay, by our karyawan tadilah, okay. And then the next positive thing is about if our karyawan, the employees, have a greater acceptance of work from home actually. So this will be the new normal for many jobs, which in turn enhance work-life balance actually. So this is so that's why I view this working from home actually from the 2 sides. So it can be is negative side, but if our karyawan, the employees, they are already getting used, and then they already invest to provide a good facility at their home. So perhaps this situation work from home can be one of the way to enhance work-life balance for certain employees. So I think this one, so that's why for the future agenda, I think this one is one of the thing that the most of the government or the country need to look into the policy, okay. Okay, the work flexibility. Okay, so this is, I think, the future, okay, of the job, because currently also we not only because of the pandemic COVID-19, but actually we are moving to the 4th industrial revolution. But because this pandemic COVID-19, this intensify, okay, the fourth industrial revolution requirement actually. So by our employees, they work from home, and then when we work from home, the most important is about technology and also the internet connection that need to be provided by the country, by the organization, the allowance for the staff and so on. So I think this is the potential things that we can see in terms of the policy development in our society, and maybe it's of the country. So this is just to say with you about the data from Malaysia context. So this is from Ipsos survey 2021 regarding the struggling to find work-life balance during working from home, especially during this pandemic of COVID-19. So globally, we can see that it is around half of the population globally working from home. Okay, because maybe we need to exclude the essential services that the frontliner during this pandemic of COVID-19. And then in Malaysia, we are in 65%. So meaning that 2/3 of Malaysian employees, they are work from home. But if we go to their issues, regarding how they balance their life, so we can say that the first issue is about difficulty finding a work-life balance. So there is 63% of the Malaysian population found that difficulty to find a work-life balance during this pandemic COVID-19. But when we compare to the global, it's around 50%. Okay, and then the second issue during working from home is about unequipped home office. So as I mentioned just now, difficulty getting work done at home due to inadequate home office setup or equipment. Because some of the karyawan, they didn't have a budget to provide a conducive working office in their home. So around 62%. So that's why in our country, our government try to give a lot of what we call bantuan to the, especially for the low income employees, to make sure that they are aligned with this environment, especially during the pandemic COVID-19. And in fact, for students also, among the low income earners, so our government provide, there is a lot of incentive for them to buy a laptop, for example, in order for them to perform during class, in learning, in teaching. And then the third issue is about lonely. So this is related to psychologically during working from home. There is around 57% from Malaysian population feeling lonely or isolated when working from home. So this is based on this survey in 2021. This research actually is grant by World Forum Economy to see the global perspective. There is around 28 countries involved in this research. But today I just say to compare between Malaysia and also the global perspective about the how our population struggling to find a work-life balance. And I'm sure that this trend actually is pretty similar, to all the countries around the world. Because we face the same situation, but this is depending on how the government put the policy to help our society to face this, especially during this crisis, because this is a crisis, a global crisis. So this is just to compare from the USA. So we can see in the USA context, around 37% of the job could be completed at home during the COVID-19 pandemic. This is based on their research in 2020 by Digital Employment. And then when I look into the Singapore, Hong Kong, and China, we can see Singapore is pretty similar to Malaysia. In China, only 45, in Hong Kong, 48. It's quite a lower compared to the global perspective.
Sorry, Prof. Aisyah.
Yeah, dah habis masa ya?
You have around another 5 minutes.
Wow. Okay. I make it faster.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so I go to, because it's our time is very limited. Okay, so I go to the this one, the new approach, because I want to talk about how we integrate work in life. So actually, from the work-life balance, so we can see that there is a few approaches like segmentation theory, enrichment theory, facilitation theory. So we can see that this working from home or work-life balance actually is not just lead to the negative outcome, but actually it also can enrich. So that's why we call that enrichment our life actually. But the most important is how the individual integrate. Because if we separate between work and life, that one is very impossible. So we need to integrate in a way that how we can make a satisfy with one domain to the another domain. So I think this boundary theory is one of the new approach in work-life balance that we can see, because this one propose about the flexibility and permeability, okay, of the boundaries between work and family lives. So from the psychological perspective, okay, how individual psychologically manage to integrate about their work and also their life. So that's why from the organizational context, flexibility, work flexibility is very important to organize, especially when I talk about the young generation, the Y generation. Flexibility, work flexibility is one of the conducive environment based on their work-related attitude among this level. So that's why these two elements will help the employees to integrate and then make easier to of the transition in the level of conflict between these domains. But this one need to be practiced by each of the individual actually, because the conflict interaction between border crosser with our work and life, and also this actually is depends on the individual how we achieve the border crosser between our work and family life, and then this influence, okay, either we have a conflict or enrich our life. So this is depending on the individual. Okay, so just a few about this review, just to see the pattern actually. So we can see from this research from the global systematic literature review that I did, most of the research indicated that women are struggling compared to men actually, okay, to manage, okay, this to integrate, because basically women, they are psychologically they view themselves as a house taker, home taker, and also the child taker compared to men. So that's why they have a guilty if they didn't do their responsibility. Okay, so that's why. But there is interesting research from Indonesia actually that I want to say here. One research, the current research from these researchers 2021, based on their research, among married working women in Indonesia, they view that work from home has a positive impact, because during work from home, they can be more attentive to the family. I think this is related to the traditional role as a woman, especially to take care of their family. So that's why when they working from home, but the most important is the well adapt with the technology. So this is the prerequisite to doing this. Okay, and then in however in Bangladesh, we can see that is another different, okay, because this is depending on the traditional role of women and men. So basically, women, they do multiple roles. and then the expectation of the society, they must put family is the number one compared to men in terms of the home taker. So that's why the experience work-life balance conflicts, okay, in Bangladesh. Okay, so meaning that this research actually is a mixed findings. So depends on how we manage. All right. So either in harmony or out of tune. Okay. So basically, okay. So we can see just put okay a few here. So men define themselves primary is always earnest. So they have few personal conflict when combining home and work than women. So this is okay. Depends on the gender here. And then basically this okay. The role conflict was most problematic for professional mothers with young children. So basically, this is okay. I simplify. And problem with working longer hours, because sometimes when we work from home, so there is blood between the working hours. So sometimes we work without thinking about the office time. So sometimes until night and so on. So that's why this tendency cause problem in family relationship. So that's why in Malaysia, okay, during this movement control order, we also face this divorce increase among our society. Okay, because this is maybe perhaps one of the problem. So this is about the future direction. Okay, so working life integration. Okay, seek to bring work in life closer together. So this is a challenge in the future. So rather than drawing lines between work time and personal time, so we try our best to integrate, to bring together work and life closer. So that's why, as I mentioned just now, flexibility policy is very important in the organization in order to make sure that the employees, the karyawan tadi tu, they can do their own pace, meaning that, okay. So, but the most important, they can fulfill, okay, their responsibilities. So the another issue when we provide a flexibility, working flexibility arrangement is about the trust from the employers. Majikan lah, kepercayaan. So this is related to integrity. So this is another future challenge also. If we want to apply the work flexibility in order to make sure that, especially for women professional, they can integrate between work and life closer together, rather than drawing the lines between work time and also the personal time. That is a very impossible. Okay, so how employers, this is from the Majikan, support work-life balance. So basically they need to understand exactly what their employees need to foster the ideal work and life environments. Jadi ini from the Majikan lah, perlu memahami the context of dia karyawan tadi tu. Dan need to redefine the trust tadi tu. Because based on working from home ni, especially from Asia context, salah satu isu, one of the issue is about trust, kepercayaan tadilah. Sebab kenapa banyak yang tidak berintegriti, tidak beretika tadilah, kan? So this lead to the trust, perception among the employers. Jadi majikan mereka khawatir bila karyawan di rumah, adakah mereka perform their job or not. Jadi need to redefine this and also understand by all the people. And about the tools, this one is facilities. So that's why there is a need a budget from the employers, okay, to provide a good conducive of the karyawan tadi to perform their work at home. And also the number 3 is childcare and flexible telecommuting arrangement, especially for the professional women. Ini yang menjadi isu lah. Macam yang saya sebut di awal tadi, the childcare, like in Malaysia, is still closed, but we are moving to working from office. So this is a dilemma, especially for the young professional women, how to manage. Okay, so I think the organization need to think about this to provide a childcare facilities to help employees achieve their personal goals without sacrificing their professional ones. Because basically when we come to the family life, women, they are more sacrificed actually. In fact, for the professional women, based on my research previously among the professional women in Malaysia, mereka sanggup resign from their work, berhenti bekerja untuk menjaga family. So this is the sacrification from women. So that's why if the company, the organization, they can provide this, so maybe we can, enhance the involvement of the professional women in the organization. Okay, so this is my last future agenda research, Dr. Firdaus. So this is our task, is an academician, is a researchers. In order to help our nation, our country to provide a holistic policy on this issue, so I think the first agenda that we need to investigate is about what is the determinants of the work-life interfaces is from the organizational domain, dispositional, so this is based on the personal characters, in life domain, and also the demographic profile, because demographic profile including the socio-economic status among our employees. So from here we can use provide information to develop the right policy in our country. And then the second, because I concerned about the younger generation, the Gen Y and Z, because their work attitude is quite different with the boomer generation and also the X generation. So the market of the future demands flexibility among the younger, because among the younger, work flexibility is very crucial for them. So this is need to be investigated, based on the country perspective, and maybe from Malaysia and Indonesia, so we can collaborate together to see the differences of this. And then the third one is about the framework of predictive model of the evolution of work-life integration in the era of industrial revolution. So I think we need to have international collaboration to provide holistic differences, and also we can see what is the benchmark for us to provide a good policy, especially related to work-life balance in our organization. So I think with that, so thank you. Sorry if I take a longer time, Dr. Firdaus, so I pass to Dr. Firdaus. Then I stop my sharing.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Siti Aisyah. I think everyone shared the same concern with me. It seems that 25 minutes is not enough for the plenary session. Okay. By the way, I've seen one raised hand. I'll already noted your name. I'll repeat again. We're going to have a discussion session after the second plenary session. So don't worry, I'll note your name, and then, or you can write down the question in the comment section. I will take down your question later. Okay, before we move on, there are some main points that I pick up from Dr. Siti Aisyah's presentation just now. It's very interesting. For the future direction, I think people can start looking towards the framework of evaluation between evolution of work-life integration. So we are moving now from work-life balance towards work-life integration. We no longer need to draw the line between work and life, but we now seem to have an integration that we can harmonize between working and living. There are some concern issues that have been raised by Prof. Siti Aisyah, especially on the adjustment, the issue of employees' adjustment in the current situation. We are starting to adjust, to start to accept, start to perform, start to have a balanced life now, but now we are moving again into the state of uncertainty, whereby we have to go and work in office again, and then the uncertainty of how people to look after their children, the education of our children, and etc. But what been pointed by Dr. Siti Aisyah, besides of all of the negative effects, there are also positive effects, especially the findings that have been demonstrated by Dr. Siti Aisyah just now. It's not only negative, there are all positive inside that. In fact, the people are more adapting, and they are greater acceptance towards work from home, and it seems to have a significant effect on the enhanced work-life balance. It's very interesting presentation. I believe we are going to have a very interactive discussion later. Bear in mind, keep your question coming, and then we will have a very interactive discussion later. Okay, enough with the first preliminary session, a very good opening. And now we are coming to the second preliminary session. Before that, allow me to briefly introduce our distinguished speakers. Prof. Amy, let me share the screen first. Okay. Okay. I hope you can see my screen. This is a very brief bibliography which not giving justice to Prof. Amy because she have a very colorful background. Okay, Prof. Dr. Amy Suzanti is currently a lecturer, a docent, sociology, Universitas Airlangga Surabaya. Okay, her formal education, beliau mendapat S1 Sosiologi Fisik UI Jakarta dan juga S2 Sociology Faculty of Humanity at Finlanders University Adelaide Australia. I hope I pronounce it right. Okay, it's S3 Sociology UGM Yogyakarta, beliau juga merupakan guru besar Sosiologi UNER pada tahun 2014. Okay, her working experience is vast. When I look at, she's been a lecturer since 1984. Before I'm being born, actually. It's very experienced, very experienced. We are so lucky to have you today, Prof. Beliau juga pernah menjadi ketua jurusan sosiologi tahun 1987, ketua PSG UNER daripada tahun 2000 sehingga sekarang. It's 21 years, Masya Allah. It's very experienced. KPR Prodi Magister Sosiologi UNER for the past 5 years. Dan juga merupakan ketua Asosiasi Pusat Studi Wanita, Gender dan Anak Indonesia. Okay, that's why I said we are very lucky to have her today. Okay, I've stopped sharing. So we're going to go straight to Prof. Amy Suzanti, and she will be sharing with us the title of Gender Issues, Family and Social Resilience During the COVID-19 Pandemic. Prof, please welcome, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih. Ya, terima kasih sudah diundang, and greeting. Salam untuk pertama untuk Profesor Siti Aisyah. Ya, senang bisa bertemu, bisa berkenalan pada pagi hari ini. Untuk Profesor Dr. H.A. Rofiuddin, Rektor Universitas Negeri Malang. Also untuk Dr. Zahro, my friend, ya. Terima kasih. Terima kasih Dr. Firdaus, moderator kita yang hebat, ya. Okay, allow me to speak into bahasa English and bahasa Indonesia. Is it all right, Dr. Firdaus? Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Today I would like to discuss about gender issues, family and social resilience. Please, panitia untuk share screen, please. Yes, okay. Baik, lalu jadi why saya mendiskusikan tentang ini? Kenapa? Karena these issues is very relevant this moment, yeah. And I think tadi Ibu Prof. Siti Aisyah already talk about employment and employee, yeah. And now I would like to talk about the gender issues and family, and also the social resilience during this COVID-19 pandemic, right? Okay, and I think please, yeah. Okay, this is how I would like to discuss this issues today. We will see here that the issue of gender issues in a family is very important because there is interrelated and intersectionally relation, yeah, between gender issues, family life, and social resilience during this COVID pandemics, because this COVID pandemics is the I think the current issues and is still happening and need solutions. Okay, and what we see this phenomenon, this reality. I think here we try to understand the pandemic as a form of disaster. Yeah? So we will identifying the social family changes during this disaster, this pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, because this is a form of a social disaster. So first, what is the indicators of disaster? The pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. This disaster occurs over a short or long period of time and will causes widespread human, material, economic, or environmental loss, very big loss. And society not able to cope with this situation using their own resources. That's why we call it as a social disasters, because the government will should manage this kind of disaster, right? Because the community or society not able to cope using their own resources. And the second one, when a disaster, this pandemic disaster happen, so the big suffers from the developing countries. Developing countries suffer from the greatest cost. More than 65% of them of the hazard occur in developing countries, and losses due to natural hazard are 20 times greater than developing countries. And the third one is that this pandemic disaster caused changes in government and social life, including family life. No matter what society and pandemic disaster occur in, they tend to induce changes life and may even affecting the entire population, including the family. Next. Right. So I look at these issues through family, through the family, and because the family changes today, I think is very relevant because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So it's important to understand social changes through understanding family changes. Understanding changes in family life is important also to understand gender issues. And discussing family is not only about the domestic sector, because basically family life relates to public institutions and relates to government policy. So problems that occur in the family will become public issues and state issues, since problems that occur in the family will be related to the sustainability of the quality of people's life. So problems arising from the COVID-19 pandemic and the work from home policy have a significant impact on family life and changes and leads to social change. And social change means the realignment of all aspects of life, from culture to social relations, from politics to economic, from the way we think to the way we live. All of these affect the social resilience of families and society to cope with this situation, this pandemic. Next. All right. Next, please. Okay, and this and here I would like to see also the family from the perspective, from the feminist perspective. So feminist perspective discuss about the family, analyze the family using the four indicator. By the first one is redefining the concept of family and household according to change that occur. Why? Because there is different concept of family and household, and it affects how we analyze the family. And the second one is bringing gender consciousness into family discussions. The recent discussions on family always also discuss about the gender issues, right? And the third one, apply when we analyze the family, we apply an intersectionality across structural levels, not only family itself. And we also discuss about the changing family life to promote gender justice and equality, like what it's includes in the Sustainable Development Goals number 5, the goals number 5, right? That it's about the gender equality in all sectors of life. So family scholars take family diversity and
I think Prof. Amy is on mute. Prof. Amy, you are on mute. Suddenly mute. Prof. Amy, you are on mute. Sorry, Prof. Amy, your mic is on mute.
is it that with the can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you.
Yeah,
Just
all right.
now it's on mute.
Yeah. It's just there is a problem with the internet. Feminist scholars take family diversity and complexity as their starting point by emphasizing these 2 points. All right. So I think this is the way how we could analyze family changes during the COVID-19 pandemics, right? Next, please. Right. Her. Yes. Next. Not this one, I think. This is about the current issues in family life. Could you show these slides, current issues in family life? Yeah, there is several issues in family life. Actually, this is about the tension about the production. Not the slides, please. Before this, before production. Yeah, yes, this is the current issues in family life. We always discuss about this because there is a tension between production paid employment outside the home with the reproduction work, between the privacy and family life with increased attempt by governments on family behavior, between increased freedom of choice and conjugal relations with the need for stability in children's life, between gender and also gender issues here, between patriarchal heritage with the quest for gender equality, right? So this is when the pandemic during the pandemic situation will affect the decisions to have children, problem with pregnancy, and changes in role and responsibility of the family members and etc. Right? Next, please. Right. So we talk about the social resilience. What is about social resilience? Is there any slides about definitions of social resilience? Panitia, before this? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So how we should talk about the social resilience? Yeah, because the social resilience, in my view, is very related to the roles of women in the family. What is social resilience? Social resilience is the capacity to respond which incorporate notions of learning and adaptation to form a composite definition, which includes the acknowledgement of the importance of the roles played by power, politics, and participation in the context of increasing uncertainty and surprise. So it's about social entities and their abilities to tolerate, absorb, cope with, and adjust to environmental and social threats of various kinds. So this social resilience, when we talk about the social resilience, we analyze the social resilience. So we focus on individuals, households, communities, and the ways they deal with the threats, right? Yeah, next, yes. So, in the notions of social resilience, we know there is a capacity. So I would like to talk about the types of capacities in the notions of social resilience. Yeah, we see here there is a three capacities. The first one is coping capacities. This is address reactive and assertive measures of how people cope with and overcome immediate threats by the means of those resources that are directly available. The second type of capacities as adaptive capacities refer to the proactive or preventive measure that people employ to learn from past experiences, anticipate future risks, and adjust their livelihood accordingly. And the third one is transformative capacities. This encompasses people's ability to access assets and assistance from the wider socio-political arena to participate in decision-making process and to craft institutions that both improve their individual welfare and foster societal robustness towards future crises. So here we could understand there is a capacities, types of capacities, and when what is going on with the family to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. It's depends on the social resilience and the women's role, right? Next. Yeah, all right. So I would like to show the result of our study on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the family life. And this study has been conducted in West Java, Sumatra, and in West Sumatra and East Java in 2020 last year, and about July and August in 2 months. Yeah, we were collecting data in 2 months. Yeah, and the respondents was in 2 months we got the respondents from the East Java 457, and from the West Sumatra 400 respondents. So this is about the income of the families. We see here that the income of families decrease. Almost all families told us that their income families decrease. Ya. Ini turun semua ini di sini. Ya, the first one itu almost all, almost all families said that their income decrease. But how much decrease? There is no 1/3 of the family's income decrease, also almost all income, right? And 50% till 60% families income decrease half of their income, and some families decrease less than half of their income. There is no difference between families in West Sumatra and East Java. So almost all the families income has decreased during the COVID-19 pandemic. Even the decrease almost more than 50%. Right. Next. All right. This is the data about the issues faced by women and mothers in East Java and West Sumatra. They said that they face problem with daily needs because they don't have enough money to provide meals for the family. This is about 35% of them. And also they face problem with school needs for children. Some of them, most of them have difficulties to get internet access for a study from home. Yeah, this is about 30% of the families, and they also told us that the husband have no income, no jobs because of the COVID-19 pandemic. This is about 25% of the family, and they also have problem to pay installments. Yeah. They have difficulty to pay installments. It's about 10% of them. Next. And what about the problems with husband? This is the respondent is women. So we ask about, is there any problems with the husbands? The families in West Sumatra and East Java province told us that there is problems with their husband. Yeah. The first one is they said that the husband more sensitive, easily angry. 60% of them, more than half of the families experience this situation. Husband more sensitive and easily angry. And the second one, there is also violence cases in the family. I think the case is more in West Sumatra rather than in East Java. And also there is problems with pregnancy, no planning pregnancy, 10%, and the fourth one is about the husband not available to assist their children study from home. Right. All right, this is about 50% of them of the family told about that. Next. Problems with the children, yeah, they said that assisting and teaching children at home because of the study from home policy is this is the first problem for them. Yeah, this is the first problem. Yeah, to assist and to teach children at home, and this is the very problem for the mothers, the women at home, because before the COVID-19 pandemics, children study at school, not at home, not with their mother, but now 24 hours children with them, also where they have to study online. And also snacking for children, because the children stay at home, so children ask snacks, yeah, almost all the time, and it's very difficult, especially for those from poor families. Yeah. And sometimes a quarrel between children at home because they stay at home all the time, 24 hours, and sometimes the children quarrel each other. And children also addicted to mobile phone, and they always use the mobile phone, yeah, to see the movies in the internet and also the social media. This is the problem in the family during the 19 pandemics, based on our previous studies last year. Next. Right. And so when we look back to the gender inequality issues before the COVID-19 pandemic, we can identify some issues. The first one is the poverty rate for women is higher in almost every age level and in province in Indonesia, regencies and cities. And the school enrollment rate for girls is lower than boys in all province. And high maternal mortality rate and child mortality rate, yeah. And this is because women's reproductive health condition is very low. And cases of
sorry, Prof. Amy, we cannot hear you.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, now it's okay.
violence and women's, violence on women and children, and female circumcision, and this is an indicator of violations of women's human rights. And more, women work more in the informal and marginalized and vulnerable, female also heads of household, without job protection, and exposure and utilizations of mass media that harm women and children. This is also data from Komnas Perempuan in Indonesia. There is a commissioner for women rights, itu 70% domestic violence, before the COVID-19 pandemics, and there is also the case of sexual violence, 431 blah blah. It's very many cases, before the COVID-19 pandemics. Yes, next. So gender issues during the COVID pandemics, for the economics and the health issues is very you see we can see in every family, because economic pressure on families due to the COVID pandemic is very clear, and especially for girls and women, is they were at greater risk of cases of exploitations, and also this is also poses a serious threat to women's work and activities also. And for the health issues, healthcare resources are diverted from routine health services. So all the health budget comes to resolve problems in the during the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is also the budget for women's health is also goes to that the pandemic COVID resolution. Okay.
I'm
And
sorry, Prof. Prof. I was busy taking note. I forgot to see the time. We can have another 3 minutes. Can you?
Okay.
Sorry.
So next. Yeah. So when we see the what is going on in the family and women's role, we see here that women's role have a multi-burden roles, because of the family functions, all the family function, women have women have an important role in these 5 functions of the family. For the procreation, mother take care of children at home, and production function, mother have to wash, clean, and all anything domestic task at home. For the consumption function of the family, women cook and shopping, etc. at home or from home. And education, women mother teach, educate children at home. And recreation function, women also have to provide recreation facilities at home and assist children to work and to study and playing at home. And next. So this is, I think, the COVID-19 pandemic deepens pre-existing gender inequalities, because this exposing vulnerabilities in social, political, and economic system, which in turn amplify the impact of the pandemic in all areas of life. And this is also how this COVID-19 pandemic is exacerbated by women and girls. Okay, and the back of multiple economic is felt primarily by women and girls who generally earns less, save less, and have unsafe jobs or live close to poverty. Yes, I think this is the closing. So during COVID-19 pandemic, women played an important role in strengthening the social networks of the family, neighbors, and local leaders. So in strong patriarchal culture, women's roles are the key to social resilience that provide a way to survive. Thank you. Yeah, this is the last one. Next, the last one. Yeah, so how we see this, the gender issues and the roles of women, and yeah, this is the importance of gender roles of women when we look deeper the gender issues, the gender analysis during the COVID-19 pandemics, and how we can see the social and family changes and how they could survive the social resilience among the families. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Amy. Suddenly, I feel guilty being a man. Okay. It's a very important topic. I think the last conclusion that Prof. Amy made is very important for us to remember that this COVID pandemic has exaggerated or heightened the problem of gender inequality. So really have to pay attention because I know people are aware of the the sustainable development goals, where women play a very important role for the development of sustainable development. Okay, it's very important. Prof. Amy already highlighted the current changes of pandemic is not only affected at individual level. When it's incurred cost, it's affected at the governmental level, and suddenly it will have a direct impact on the social. But with current situation that we have a social resilience, we need really to look after women so that we will increase our social resilience. The importance of women in the family, the importance of women overall. And I can see a lot of impacts here where Prof are highlighted on gender issues, on women, on children, and on husband in the increase of domestic violence that were actually guilty, even though I'm not yet married. So it's caused struggle to provide family needs. It's caused to the very basic needs. COVID-19 has caused us at the very basic needs, and it will amplify on every societal level, individual, family, social, and governmental level. So it does bring us to the conclusion that all of us need to play an important role to make sure that women are empowered, are looked after, to strive towards gender equality. And we need to empower women as well. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. It's very eye-opening. Hopefully, I'm not going to feel sad after the discussion. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Amy. And then now I will open the floor for the discussion session. Okay, you can write down your question in the chat section, the chat box, or you can also use the raise hand button if you want to ask question. Okay, I think we already have a couple of questions here. I would like to call for, wait, I put the name here. Ibu Tuti Haryati, because she raised her hand during right after Prof. Aisyah session. Ibu Tuti, are you here? Ibu Tuti, I hope I pronounce it right. Tuti Haryati. Okay. Okay, maybe di panitia sudah boleh untuk aktifkan kita punya mikrofon supaya peserta boleh tanya soalan. Sementara kita menunggu untuk tanya soalan, we also have a question in the comment section. I read the question from for Prof. Aisyah first, so that Prof. Amy can take some brief before your question. Okay, Prof. Aisyah, in the comment section, there is a question from Dr. Evi Eliana. Okay, I read the question. Dear Prof. Aisyah, thanks for the insightful presentation. I definitely can relate with the cases and thoughts. My colleagues and I have been doing a research on how the pandemic has taken a toll on the publishing productivity of female academics in Indonesia. Our initial findings can be read here. Oh my God, I have to go to, to the link. The question from Dr. LV, do you also find the same gender tendency among Malaysian academics? I wonder if you can comment further on how the integration of work and life, I am just a bit concerned on the potential that the work will invade the life and further disadvantage careers, mostly for women. This is especially when the integration is not accompanied by social engineering on gender relation in the intimate sphere, family, that's between husband and wife, between parents and children. So, Prof, do you get the question?
Yes, thank you, Bapak Firdaus. And thank you to Ibu Ebi Eliana for the very nice question. So I already read the link given in this chat. So this is a very interesting findings of research. So based on my experience and also my research regarding work-life balance during, especially during this pandemic, in more specific. So as I mentioned during my talk just now, actually the pattern is pretty similar, okay, with most of the countries regarding this issue, especially for women. It's like Prof. Amy mentioned just now, we can see women is the most affected with any policy. That's why we need revise the policy, especially for women professional. To make sure that they are in line with the career prospect, because when we look into the contribution of women toward the development of economy, sustainable development of economic in each of the country around the world, actually the women population nowadays is it's far similar with the population of men. So for example, in Malaysia, our population is like just a very small slight difference. Women is like 49%, and compared to the our counterpart is men is around 52 or 51% of the population. But if we look toward the higher education, women nowadays is the number is quite increasing, the involvement of the women in the higher education. So we can see about through the enrollment of the women in the university. So we can see that there is some, tremendous increasing in terms of the total number of women student among women. So that's why, as I said during my presentation, actually it is a must from government, from the organization to provide to revise. Maybe we already have the policy, but we need to revise in the sense that to cater this gender equality between women and men. So the next is about a comment, my comment about how the integration of work in life. So actually this is from the individual perspective. I think psychologically for most of the women professional, so we can manage our time to make sure that we can integrate between our work and life, to make sure that we can successfully perform in both of our roles. Okay, it's for example, is a mother or is a professional workers. Okay, but I think the most crucial thing here is about the from the employer's perspective, the majikan, majikan lah, okay, the organization, or maybe from our government policy lah. Okay, so we need to produce or revise the policy to make sure that the policy is can help the women professional to perform in in the multi-role perspective. So what I mean here actually, because work-life balance and work-life integration is quite distinct in terms of the concept, the conception, because maybe traditionally, previously, most of the people, they talk about work-life balance, but that is impossible to separate between work and life. So that's why the new approach is moving toward to work-life integration, So that's why I propose the flexibility works arrangement tadi. So contohnya, I give example what we can do. The organization must provide work flexibility arrangement. But this work flexibility arrangement actually the employers, karyawan tu sendiri, they can make a decision when they need to do their job. Itu yang maksud saya lah. Jadi contoh, saya berikan contoh lah. Let's say katakan the women tadi, even though that during the take vacation, contohlah take vacation, because one of the prerequisite to do this work-life integration ni, we integrate with the technology and also the internet. So even though that we are on the vacation, so we still can join a meeting, for example. But in another side, so we need to have a flexibility. When we do our family matters, then the employers, the majikan tadi dia perlu faham, meaning that they give the autonomy, okay, to the professional workers, especially for women tadi, to when they start their work, and then when they need to finish their work. Jadi we need to provide this work schedule actually in properly manners, but need to manage in so that's why I emphasize about the trust issues tadi lah, okay, kepercayaan tadi, because kebanyakan para majikan mereka lebih kalau ikut kajian-kajian yang sebelum ini concern terhadap mereka ada satu perasaan di mana memikirkan karyawan apabila di rumah mereka tidak melakukan kerja. Sebab kenapa? Because this is because of our culture. I think related to the trust issue lah, kepercayaan tu. Jadi both of side, either the organization or the employers, actually we must understand, we have a mutual understanding regarding our work time tadi lah, work time tadi. So it's supposed that need to have our policy untuk membantu, sebab kalau tak macam yang Ibu AB sebut ni, so it's quite difficult. Even though we talk about work-life integration, but then if we just talk toward the individual, maybe they can do, but the challenge is either the organization they provide this the right direction or not, okay, related to this work-life integration tadi. Jadi I think my opinion untuk memastikan supaya work-life integration ni tadi dapat memberi manfaat, especially toward women tadi tu, we must produce a clear policy how we implement this work flexibility arrangement in the organization. Because based on my observation so far, in Malaysia, I'm not sure in another country, but most of in Malaysian perspective, the organization, we didn't really have the proper work flexibility arrangement. We still understand that even though we give the flexibility, but we still understand that the work time is pretty similar with during our time in the organization. Jadi itu yang need to be clarified lah, saya rasa. So Ibu AB tadi is very good research. Maybe this is the future research agenda that we need to explore in order to provide the information to help the organization and also our government to revise the policy. Because sometimes they didn't see about this situation, but our part is a researcher. This is our responsibility to provide the data in order for our government and also the organization. Nanti bila mereka melihat data-data ini boleh dijadikan sebagai bukti evidence untuk membentuk polisi yang bersesuaian lah. So dalam kes ini kita dapat membantu, especially for women, the gender equality. So ini seperti Prof Amy sebut tadi, jadi kita masih banyak lagi isu-isu gender equality. Jadi yang memerlukan polisi-polisi, termasuk di dalam pekerjaan, di kantor-kantor juga perlu direvise juga polisi-polisi ini sebab most of our population we are dual career nowadays. Dual career. It's not just a man, it's a with earner, but nowadays both husband and wife they are dual career. Kan? Jadi that's why we need to revise because in our organization it's still not there actually this policy ni. We talk a lot, but the implementation is still not there. So that is my opinion regarding the question from Ibu Ebi. I hope that I answer that question, Ibu Ebi. If not, so we can talk outside. So
Thank you so much. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Aisha, for the response, and thank you for the question. It seems that the employer, in this case, maybe the government, maybe the organization or company, play a very important role to give the trust so that the flexibility of working can be awarded to the workers. But at the same time, we as an academics can play a role as well to provide the data, the research finding, so that they have a very clear direction of what is happening right now, and if what are the implication if it's not being cured at the interview. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Aisha. I think the next question is for Prof. Amy. The question was written on the chat box by Ibu Sari Karmina. I read the question. Dear Ibu Amy, domestic violence increased during the pandemic around the world. Okay, what implication that your research has suggested in relation to minimize the impact of the pandemic to mothers in Indonesia? Okay, Prof, do you get the question? Yeah, okay, please.
Okay, yeah, thank you for the questions. Yeah, yes, our research also recommend how to minimize this kind of violence during the COVID-19 pandemics. But what our recommend is focusing on the institutionalized, for the government, because the recommendation only for the individual is more simple, but for the government it's I think it's very, very difficult and a long way to go there, because so far the government sometimes the policy from the government still gender blind. Yeah, they don't consider the specific needs of women, gender needs, specific needs of women and children. So I think what we can could recommend to the government is decide the policy and program which based on gender needs of women and children. So for instance, some programs only focusing on women, and women should manage all the assisted programs, all right. But I think this time the policy should goes also to focus on the husband and increase the role of husbands in the family. How to do that? Just for instance, we can do something like from the requirements from the school, that all the tasks should be signed by fathers and also assisted by fathers, something like that. I think this is the way how policies could goes to the families. And also I think that the consciousness raising of human rights also very important, because some cases, I think most of the persons, yeah, in society, the look the family issues, including violence issues, is private issues, private domain. So I think we should raise consciousness that what kind of violation of human rights when it also takes the cases happens at homes, ya. Ya, karena biasanya mereka look these cases at home as a private private domain. But we have to work with to raise their consciousness that although it happens at home, this is also violations of human rights. That becomes a public domain, public spheres. I think that's what we can recommend to the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Amy. It's very constructive suggestion, Prof. Amy, whereby before we can only focus on the woman when we talk about gender equality and domestic violence, but now we also need to educate the man, the husband, on how to conduct themselves, how to share the house chorus together with the wife, so that they can always be a balance in there and can create acceptance and do not cause any problems. Very constructive suggestion, Prof. Thank you very much. There is also a question in my WhatsApp group. I think it's from Panitia to Prof. Dr. Siti Aisyah. The question is, integrating both of Prof. Aisyah presentation and Prof. Amy presentation, regarding the work-life integration, how can we increase the awareness, especially among men, to change the perception of gender role? Because now we can work from home, but at the same time, if the husband still have the traditional way of thinking that women have to do the house chores, have to cook, have to look after the children, have to clean the house, clean the wash the dishes and everything, it seems that women who work from home have less time, and which affects their productivity of working. Okay, Professor.
Very interesting question. So the question is come from men or women?
From women.
Women. Okay. I thought from men. Okay, so actually this is it's a real I think Prof. Amy also is agree with me. This is our real situation, especially in our culture, okay? Because traditionally the upbringing between men and women, the upbringing from our traditional context. So we view that men is the purpose is to to find the economic for the family. Women basically the role is to take care of the family. So this is from the traditional view regarding the role of men and women in the family. So basically in our culture, in the Eastern culture, okay, in more specific, but we need to understand that nowadays this culture is evolved. So traditionally, previously, most of the women they didn't go to the higher education, but nowadays, most of the women also they are more participating in the higher education perspective. So that's why we can see, as I mentioned in my answer in the previous question, I highlighted that women in the education also nowadays is increased. But the problem is the traditional thinking is still there. It's based on that, this question. This is in Malaysia also, we still thinking about this. In fact, now we in Johor, I involved with the thinking of women leadership in Johor state to make sure that we enhance the role of women in the leadership in the organization, because we can see that in the organization also we can see that most of the position, leader position is dominated by men compared to women. So this is still the issue. So how we can create the awareness? So this is a big question, how to create awareness, especially among the men. So this is we need to this conference actually is one of the way, okay, this conference because we highlight the conference on gender issues. So this is one of our way to to enhance the awareness, okay, especially among men, the importance of the women also in the economic perspective. So that's why actually the campaign about the gender equality is very crucial to enhance understanding and awareness among, especially among men toward this situation, because we can see that nowadays we have a dual career, as I mentioned just now, men and women, husband and wife, they work together to enhance, to get the economic for their family. So I think from the individual perspective, I saw this from two perspectives. From the individual perspective, so between husband and wife, so need to have a very open communication to discuss about these roles. So women, we not just silent, so we need to meluahkan lah, okay, to speak out our feeling related to this issue, because sometimes because of our culture, as I mentioned just now, the upbringing of the men tadi tu, maybe upbringing dia macam itu, then perlu diberitahu, perlu ada open communication between husband and wife to open up the issue, and then communicate in positive way to discuss about this multiple roles tadi lah. So it's supposed that need to be arranged between husband and wife, because both working, kecuali kalau women tak bekerja lah, so maybe they more focuses on the family domestic issues. But if they are work together, so need to have a open communication. Itu yang sebab kenapa saya sebut, sebab saya terlibat juga dengan beberapa NGO lah kalau di Johor. Women kenapa banyak yang mengalami tekanan, stres, sebab mereka pendam pendam perasaan itu. Kalau saya psikologi lah, dia tidak puas hati tapi dia pendam, dan akhirnya dia mengalami tekanan disebabkan beban antara kerjaya dan keluarga, dan dia sacrifice. Ada yang ingin berhenti kerja tapi dilema macam tu. Jadi that's why we need to apply this open communication lah between husband and wife. This is from the individual and family perspective, but from the organization, so we need to provide a wellness program, gender equalities program, in order to to enhance this awareness among all the employees, including all men tadi lah. And also our social media, that is a very crucial also to be the place to to spread this awareness, the gender equality awareness among our society, because sometimes this is related to the culture tadi lah. Mungkin Pro Amy dia lebih faham tentang culture, sociology. So this is related to the development of the culture tadi tu yang bringing this kind of attitude. So that's why saya melihat dari segi perspektif psikologi tadi, Pro Amy. So that's why saya kata saya propose about the up the communication, and then campaign untuk memastikan lah, okay. Tapi in terms of the sociology perspektif tu kena lihat. Mungkin Pro Amy boleh menjawab lah yang itu. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for Siti Aisyah. Actually, the next question for Prof. Amy is very related to the question asked to Dr. Siti Aisyah. Okay, I read down the questions from Surya Desis Mansyah. I will not guess about the gender because I do not know the name. Okay, dear Prof. Amy, I read the question. Dear Prof. Amy, thank you very much for the enlightenment presentation. I will ask about how a struggle women as mothers with jobs can embrace their own identity as women without left them responsible as wife. As we know that in Indonesia, career women most often left their responsibility to take care of their children in pandemics. Okay, maybe the responsibility not only for women but also men, but the social structure give that responsibility to women, I think. So in these stages, what kind of women could be? Okay, Prof, did you get the question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Firdaus. Yes. I think we should talk about what we can do as a member of society, because when we only focusing on the individual level. So the changes will be very long time now. So what we should do in this case, even in the employment, like Prof. Siti Aisyah talking about, the issues is complicated. So the important thing to do, I think, is to deconstructing the gender norms,
Gender
right?
norms.
The deconstructing the unequal gender norms, right? The gender ideology that is not equal. Because I think this is the long struggle for gender equality, because to deconstruct the gender unequal gender norms is not easy. We should go to the system, social political system, not only at the individual level, right? So I think we should deconstruct the norms, something like definition of women's responsibilities at home, something like that. What is the responsibilities of men and women at home? Yeah, right. So we have to deconstruct the unequal gender norms, right? Also, what is the norms or the indicators of work? Is it work at home is not working? Also, the household task, domestic work at home, is it considered not working or working? Right. So we have to deconstruct this. Right. Also, skilled and unskilled. Is it the what women can do by heritage from the mother and grandmother, yeah, something like doing batik, yeah, batiks, and doing something like women's works. Yeah. Is it skilled or unskilled? We have to deconstruct these concepts. Right. Also, is it breadwinner always men? Rice winner, men as rice winner. Is it also okay, women as rice winner? In Indonesia, we call it rice winner because we don't eat bread. Yeah, rice winner, right? So we have to deconstruct this what you call it, the basic concept of unequal gender norms. By how we can do this? We can do this by goes to the political policy system. Something like in statistic bureau, I think in all over the world, when there is a what survey questionnaire, who is the head of the household? Always men. Automatically, why don't we just open the questions? Is it okay for men, and also is it for women? So definitions comes from the community-based definitions, right? Because they sometimes said that, oh, is the head of the household, not me, something like that. Also from the statistic, we can do that, the two deconstructs. Yeah. Definition of working. Working is working informally, get the cash income, and 8 hours per day, something like that. How do we can count when we are in a pandemic situation and all of us stay at home? Yeah. And I think this is the time we should deconstruct the unequal gender norms. This is the time because all of us stay at home. Yeah. Parents and children. So I think we should go to the policy, not the individual level. Because when we talk about the individual level, Prof. Siti Aisyah, the issues of the employment and something like what we talk is about the white collar workers. What about the blue collar workers? Yeah. They have more complicated problems, issues with their work. Because for the blue collar workers, working is physically work. But for the white collar workers, working is not physically work. They can do at home, right? So I think the gender equality struggle is still along the way to go there. But we can go together, sit together, and hand in hand, ya, berjuang untuk sana, go to the equal gender gender equality in our country and all over the world. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Amy. It's very constructive response. I see in order for us to construct a new gender norm, we have to deconstruct whatever we have. The old traditional thinking of women roles as the caretaker of the house, men as the sole breadwinner or rights winner, need to deconstruct that kind of perception in order us to develop a new perception of equality. Economic size in terms of gaining income, as well as the house, looking after the house and the children. Need to have an equal distribution of tasks and responsibilities between husband and women. Thank you very much, Prof. We are basically a bit more than 3 minutes than allocated time. Okay, I'm sorry for the, still there are a couple of questions. I'm sorry I cannot take it any longer, but if you have direct question, you may contact di panitia ataupun boleh terus hubung dengan kita punya distinguished speakers. Baik, sebelum saya berundur, mohon untuk semua partisipan yang masih di sini untuk onkan kamera. Kita ada sesi untuk grup foto. Okay. Kita ada sesi untuk grup foto. Kita ada di sini seramai 230 partisipan dan kita ada 10 page. Jadi senyumlah selama 10 page tu sehingga saya kata sudah tamat. Okey, jangan risau, senyum-senyum sebab kita tidak tahu kita berada di page yang mana. Yang pasti Prof Aisyah dan Prof Amy di page yang pertama, yang lain tidak pasti. Okey. Baiklah, mari kita mulakan untuk page yang pertama. Senyum on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, for the second page. On the count of 3, smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay. For the next page. Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, for the fourth page, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Next page, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, next page, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, next page, 1, 2, 3, smile. Next page, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, the last 2 pages. On the 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and the last one, 1, 2, 3. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. With that, I end our first plenary session. I thank so much to our distinguished speakers, respected Professor Dr. Siti Aisyah, as well as Prof. Amy, for a very eye-opening, very insightful discussion and response. There are a lot that we can be taken, but one thing that I want to conclude is we need to leverage women because there are a lot of advantage in them instead of looking as a weakness. Women possesses a lot of things because the current statistic from the UNESCO, women are leading on the educational attainment throughout the world. Okay, with that, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to Master of Ceremony. You on mute, Madam. Okay.
Okay, that was very positive and inspiring, Dr. Firdaus. Thank you so much because the discussion get lots of the insightful information for us. Okay, well, now I would like to invite our second moderators, Dr. Evi Eliana.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Evi. Okay, now I am happy to give the floor to you if you are ready.
Yep.
It's yours.
Thank you very much Ibu Puri. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sehat, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Alhamdulillah, we can meet again. We can still continue the session to the plenary too. Thanks for the very wonderful and insightful session, Dr. Firdaus, Prof. Aisyah, and also Prof. Emmy. We're now moving forward to the second plenary session. I'm Evie, the chair of the session. We're blessed to have 3 outstanding speakers from Australia, Germany, and Indonesia who will be speaking about gender, Islam, leadership, and mobility. I would like to remind you to keep your mic on mute mode, except when you are called to speak during the interactive Q&A session. And please don't forget to fill out the attendance form by the end of the session. The link will be shared in the chat box. This session will run for 2 hours with each speaker presenting their paper for 20 to 25 minutes. And then after the 3 speakers finish the presentations, we will have an interactive Q&A session. You can either write your question in the chat box or use the raise hand feature to ask questions live. In any case, please identify yourself by stating your name and affiliation, and then state to which speakers the question is directed to. Please keep the question brief and clear. I shall now introduce you to our 3 plenary speakers for this session. Allow me to share screen. I'm going to introduce all 3 speakers before handing out the screen to our first speaker. Our first speaker is Dr. Nadirsha Hussain, who is currently a senior faculty member at the Faculty of Law, Monash University, Australia. He was previously an associate professor in the School of Law, University of Wollongong. He is a graduate of his bachelor degree was obtained from UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, and he also obtained graduate diploma in Islamic Studies and Master of Arts with honors from the University of New England, another master degree in laws in comparative law from Charles Darwin University, and, mind you, 2 PhDs. The first is in law from the University of Wollongong, and the second is from the National University of Singapore. So we're so much privileged because Nadirsha Hussain also has a very high reputation among Indonesian especially in the era of social media these days. He's got very high visibility in social media. You can check his Instagram account and also his Twitter account, also Facebook, and he also manages a blog, and he's very witty. I like his witty jokes about religion, gender, etc. And the second plenary speaker, also a friend of mine, is Dr. Miriam Looking. She's got her PhD in social and cultural anthropology and Islamic studies from the University of Freiburg, and she's currently a postdoctoral fellow at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Previously, before affiliated to Hebrew University of Jerusalem and also University of Constance, she conducted a research project in Damascus, Syria, Canberra, Morocco, Australia, and also Indonesia. She has been affiliated with the Department of Asian Studies and currently member of the Martin Buber Society of Fellows. Miriam has just launched her new book. She might be able to tell you about it later, about mobility of Indonesian Muslims to the Middle East. And the third speaker will be Dr. Ahmad Munjinasi, the very own OM Secretary of the Institute for Research and Community Engagement. He is also a lecturer, senior lecturer at the Arabic Language Education at the Faculty of Letters of OM. And then he obtained his doctorate degree from IAIN Sunan Ampel, Surabaya. So, without further ado, we will be having Dr. Nadirsha Hussain to present his paper on Muslim women's rights and their public role under a contextualized Sharia project. I'm not going to take a lot of time in this introduction. I'm going to give the floor directly to Nadirsha Hussain.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good to see you.
Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'in ala umuri dunya waddin. Salatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain, amma ba'd. Terima kasih pada panitia yang sudah mengundang, Mbak Evi moderator, terima kasih. Terakhir ketemu di seminar juga di Malaysia saya kira.
Malaysia ya 2019.
Iya, sebelum Covid ya.
Sebelum Covid, betul.
Ini mohon izin Mbak Evi, saya bicara dalam bahasa Indonesia aja biar
Silahkan.
seru.
Yep.
Oke, saya bicara tentang peran publik perempuan dalam syariah. Beberapa hari belakangan ini media sosial, tadi disebut oleh Mbak Evi, saya aktif di media sosial. Beberapa hari belakangan ini di media sosial rame mengenai ada sejumlah fatwa yang terdengar cukup aneh untuk masyarakat Muslim Indonesia. Yang pertama adalah fatwa mengenai perempuan memakai bra, BH, kutang, dan nama sejenisnya. Dan yang kedua adalah bagaimana hukumnya perempuan memakai tas ransel. Nah, dari kedua fatwa yang diterjemahkan dan dikutip dari fatwa ulama Saudi Arabia, yang pertama soal bra, hukumnya perempuan tidak boleh memakai bra karena dianggap memakai bra itu membuat lekukan maupun tonjolan payudara terlihat lebih menarik untuk lawan jenis, sehingga ini dilarang. Yang kedua, memakai ransel juga dilarang karena memakai ransel itu membuat tali ranselnya menekan bahu sehingga bentuk bahu, lekuk bahu juga lebih terlihat dan dianggap lebih menarik kepada lawan jenis. Nah, ini semua terlepas kita setuju atau tidak setuju terhadap fatwa itu, yang jelas saya nggak setuju, tapi bahwa adanya fatwa-fatwa semacam ini menunjukkan sebuah wacana mengenai bagaimana sebetulnya peran perempuan di publik. Dan di pihak lain juga ada kritikan terhadap peranan publik perempuan dari kalangan feminis, di mana mereka menganggap bahwa perempuan dalam Islam sebagai second class citizen, tidak punya peran publik, hanya peran domestik belaka. Jadi kita lihat ada dua sisi yang kontras. Ada satu sisi yang hendak meliberalkan posisi perempuan, di sisi lain juga ada yang sangat ingin menjaga posisi perempuan sehingga harus berhati-hati ketika tampil di ruang di mana ada lawan jenis. Nah, beberapa minggu sebelumnya juga ada seorang sahabat saya, senior saya, Ibu Lis Markus, sempat posting juga di Instagram mengenai foto ketika ada pengajian di sebuah desa di tanah air di Indonesia, di mana karena lokasinya terbatas sehingga yang masuk di dalam ruangan itu hanya bapak-bapak saja, para lelaki. Sehingga membuat Ibu Lis Markus mau bertanya itu harus di balik jendela. Ya, dan itu difoto, dan menurut saya cukup menarik fotonya. Bagaimana, dan itu kemudian dikomentari banyak pihak bagaimana perempuan sekali lagi dalam pengajian-pengajian menjadi warga kelas kedua, disisihkan, tidak boleh masuk ke dalam ruangan yang sempit bareng-bareng bersama lelaki. Nah, saya kira persoalan-persoalan ini akhirnya membuat kita punya pilihan. Apakah kita mau meninggalkan syariah sehingga kita menjadi perempuan Muslim yang modern dengan cara meninggalkan syariah, atau kita memilih untuk tetap menjalankan syariah tetapi dengan pemahaman yang sangat kaku seperti yang dicerminkan dalam fatwa ulama Saudi mengenai bra atau kutang dan perempuan pakai tas ransel tadi. Nah, ada jalan ketiga sebetulnya, dan ini saya kira mayoritas Muslim termasuk perempuan Muslim lebih setuju untuk tidak mau meninggalkan syariah, tapi lebih memilih untuk melakukan penafsiran ulang yang lebih kontekstual. Jadi tetap berpegang pada Al-Quran dan hadis, tetapi dilakukan dengan cara menafsirkan ulang teks-teks keagamaan sehingga lebih kontekstual. Nah, cara ini yang saya kira sangat penting dan sudah banyak dilakukan oleh para Muslim feminis. Tetapi ada hal yang kemudian menjadi problem berikutnya ketika kita terlalu sering berdebat masalah dalil, kita terlalu sering berdebat persoalan-persoalan keagamaan, dan kita lupa bahwa sekian banyak persoalan yang dihadapi perempuan itu tidak hanya berkenaan dengan persoalan keagamaan, tetapi juga ada persoalan perangkat sosial politik, ekonomi, dan budaya yang juga harus disiapkan, yang juga harus ditafsirkan ulang dan disiapkan untuk perempuan. Karena kalau itu tidak terjadi, penafsiran keagamaan itu hanya akan mengawang-awang dan kita sibuk di penafsiran dalil. Saya ingin memberikan contoh kembali kepada foto yang disampaikan oleh Ibu Lis Markus soal perempuan tidak bisa masuk ke dalam ruang pengajian yang sempit, sehingga harus dari balik jendela bertanya. Ternyata kita bisa berdebat soal dalil soal itu, bagaimana posisi perempuan. Tapi dengan teknologi seperti yang kita miliki sekarang lewat Zoom, perdebatan itu selesai. Dengan lewat teknologi seperti ini, Zoom, tidak ada lagi ruang terpisah antara laki dengan perempuan. Mbak Evi yang moderator perempuan bisa memimpin acara ini dengan saya yang laki-laki misalnya, tidak ada persoalan ada di mana posisinya. Ternyata teknologi menyelesaikan perdebatan-perdebatan soal dalil itu tadi. Sehingga ada pilihan apakah perempuan mau menampilkan videonya atau tidak. Saya kalau ngajar pagi-pagi jam 8, Mbak Evi di kampus Monash itu masih, kalau online itu banyak mahasiswi yang tidak bersedia membuka videonya karena belum pada mandi gitu. Jadi belum pada mandi, belum pada dandan, dan ya kita harus respect bahwa itu pilihan, dan perempuan punya pilihan untuk menampilkan videonya atau tidak lewat teknologi seperti ini. Dan ini saya kira menjadi satu ilustrasi bagaimana perdebatan yang melelahkan soal penafsiran agama bisa selesai dengan persoalan teknologi lewat pengajian lewat Zoom seperti ini atau seminar seperti ini misalnya. Nah, ada juga mahasiswa saya, dia dari Saudi Arabia yang kemudian meraih doktor, saya bimbing mengenai hak perempuan di Saudi Arabia untuk sekolah, untuk belajar. Dan ada hal menarik yang dia temukan. Dan itu dia mendapat idenya setelah dia sekolah ke Australia. Jadi pertama alasannya misalnya, dia kasih contoh alasan menyetir mobil. Karena transportasi susah, sehingga perempuan hendak menyetir mobil bersekolah di tempat yang jauh. Misalnya, sementara dilarang perempuan untuk menyetir di Saudi, belakangan ini diperbolehkan lewat kebijakan Pangeran Muhammad bin Salman. Tapi sewaktu disertasi ditulis, masih dilarang. Salah satu alasan adalah kalau misalnya perempuan nyetir mobil dan bannya kemudian kempes, ya apa yang terjadi? Perempuan diasumsikan tidak bisa untuk mengganti bannya sendiri, ban mobilnya sendiri, atau kalau tiba-tiba itu di tengah gurun, ya karena konteks Saudi Arabia, maka akan ada laki-laki iseng yang pura-pura dengan modus menawarkan diri membantu. Gitu. Nah itu sangat berbahaya, sehingga kemudian dilarang. Tapi ketika kawan ini, mahasiswa saya, Ma'an Hutani namanya, di Australia, dia kaget ternyata ada namanya roadside assistance. Jadi sebetulnya ketika siapapun lelaki atau perempuan tidak perlu punya skill untuk mengganti mobil dengan dongkrak. Tinggal telepon ketika mobilnya bermasalah, apakah bannya kempes atau mobilnya radiatornya rusak. Tinggal telepon dan ada sistem yang menjamin, ada roadside assistance lewat dia membayar untuk bergabung sebagai member, dan tinggal menunggu kemudian akan ada yang datang untuk membantunya. Nah, di situ dia terkejut, dia katakan bahwa ternyata perdebatan dalil bisa selesai ketika perangkat sosialnya dipersiapkan, gitu. Sehingga kekhawatiran tentang apa yang terjadi kalau perempuan sendirian menyetir mobil di Australia misalnya bisa dihindari. Begitu juga ketika dia menemukan dalam wawancaranya dengan beberapa respondennya, kenapa mereka tidak meneruskan pendidikan lebih lanjut, khususnya setelah menikah, adalah ternyata karena mereka khawatir bagaimana dengan anaknya, bagaimana dia harus merawat anaknya. Dan Ma'an mendapat inspirasi ketika di Australia, para wanita yang bekerja itu bisa menitipkan anaknya di childcare, di mana mereka dididik, dikelola dengan sangat baik, ya. Tidak hanya sekedar dititipkan dengan pembantu yang kadang-kadang buta huruf, misalnya seperti tanah air, tapi betul-betul dengan tenaga profesional yang bekerja di childcare. Nah ini membuat dia mendapatkan inspirasi lagi, bahwa ternyata lagi-lagi perdebatan perempuan boleh keluar rumah, sekolah, bekerja, gitu, itu bisa selesai ketika perangkat sosial dipersiapkan. Gitu. Nah ini menjadi menarik menurut saya pendekatan seperti ini. Dan kalau pendekatan ini kita lakukan, kita lihat bagaimana misalnya perdebatan apakah perempuan boleh keluar rumah atau tidak, itu kan berkenan dengan konsep mahram. Ya. Jadi sampai sekarang pun kalau ke tanah suci itu seringkali diakali. Mahramnya siapa gitu kan? Kalau dia berangkat sendirian ditanya karena suaminya tidak ikut, jadilah entah saudaranya, entah kepala kloternya yang pura-pura jadi mahramnya gitu ya, agar dibolehkan untuk berangkat. Ya. Nah, tetapi sekarang kita bayangkan kalau zaman dulu, jangankan perempuan, laki-laki saja keluar malam-malam di tengah gurun itu bisa hilang, apalagi perempuan. Maka wajar kalau kemudian ada konsep mahram yang bisa melindungi. Tapi sekarang kalau kita terbang mendarat di Changi Airport di Singapura ataupun mendarat di bandara di kota-kota di Australia di tengah malam dan kemudian kembali ke rumah melalui baik nyetir sendiri ataupun public transport, semuanya bisa aman, relatif aman. Artinya, konsep mahram di zaman sekarang secara kontekstual itu sudah diganti dengan perangkat public transportasi yang bagus, diganti dengan jaminan hukum yang bagus, ya, di mana kemudian ada kamera CCTV di mana-mana mengawasi, dan kemudian juga ada polisi yang berpatroli secara rutin di kereta maupun di bus misalnya. Nah, perangkat sosial ini yang dulu di zaman Rasulullah tidak ada. Sehingga keluarlah konsep mahram ketika perempuan keluar harus didampingi. Tapi sekarang kalau kita melihat bahwa konsep mahram sudah diganti dengan perangkat sosial, bayangan kalau misalnya masih kita pakai konsep lama, apa yang bisa saya lakukan ketika misalnya saya berjalan dengan istri berdua mendampingi, tiba-tiba ada begal yang datang, dan saya juga tidak bisa banyak membantu, kecuali saya punya ilmu silat misalnya, itu ilmu bela diri. Gitu. Nah, maka saya pun sebagai laki-laki bergantung kepada sistem hukum dan sistem sosial untuk melindungi saya dan istri, misalnya ketika malam-malam pergi. Nah, sistem sosial ini yang kemudian seringkali hilang di negeri-negeri Muslim. Dan alih-alih memberikan solusi terhadap persoalan sosial ini, kita kembali lagi kepada persoalan penafsiran agama. Kita ribut lagi soal dalil. Misalnya, bolehkah perempuan keluar rumah? Maka kita akan ribut bahwa lo memang dalam surat Al-Ahzab 33 ayat Quran mengatakan waqarna fi buyutikunna, hendaklah kalian tetap di rumah kalian. Jadi memang perempuan itu tetapnya di rumah, peran domestik. Nanti yang lain membantah mengatakan, oh sebelum lihat ayat 33, lihat ayat 32-nya. Di mana khitab ayat itu kalau dibaca secara konteksnya, maka itu untuk istri Nabi sebetulnya. Ya nisa Nabi, lastunna ka'ahadim minan nisa. Wahai istri Nabi, kamu sekalian tidaklah seperti wanita yang lain. Jadi perintah untuk tinggal di rumah itu untuk istri Nabi, bukan untuk seluruh umat, seluruh muslim, perempuan muslim misalnya. Nah, kita lihat kan perdebatan dalilnya ini yang luar biasa menarik dan seru gitu. Tetapi ada elemen yang hilang di situ. Gitu. Kenapa perempuan harus di rumah, baik dia istri Nabi atau tidak? Bagaimana perangkat sosial bisa menjamin kebutuhan-kebutuhan dia selama di rumah atau ketika dia memutuskan keluar misalnya. Sekarang mungkin lebih enak memakai ayat penafsiran waqarna fi buyutikunna karena perempuan bisa online shopping, tidak perlu keluar rumah. Bisa order makanan lewat aplikasi. Sehingga mungkin orang bilang, oh lebih enak sekarang ternyata memenuhi ayat ini tanpa harus kehilangan peluang untuk beraktivitas keluar misalnya. Gitu. Nah ini yang kemudian saya lihat harus kita perhatikan. Begitu juga isu mengenai misalnya cuti hamil, misalnya isu mengenai domestic violence. Nah itu semua lagi-lagi kita bisa berdebat mengenai dalilnya, tafsirnya. Gitu. Tapi kalau perangkat sosial tidak dilakukan, nggak bisa. Misalnya persoalan cuti hamil. Saya tidak tahu misalnya bagaimana UM ini sudah memberikan hak cuti hamil kepada para dosen-dosen perempuannya atau menyediakan fasilitas childcare di kampus misalnya, sehingga para dosen perempuan tidak khawatir memilih antara meninggalkan kewajibannya selaku dosen maupun kewajibannya sebagai ibu rumah tangga misalnya. Atau misalnya begitu cuti hamil, apakah mereka tetap bisa kembali kepada pekerjaan yang semula setelah hamil? Apakah kemudian mereka bisa mendapatkan gaji saat sedang cuti hamil? Atau lebih jauh lagi, di Australia, kalau misalnya perempuan hendak mengajukan promosi untuk karirnya, ya, dia bisa mengajukan alasan bahwa kan alasan saya perempuan, saya cuti hamil, sehingga saya tidak produktif seperti kompetitor para laki-laki yang lain. Dan nanti panitia tim yang menentukan akan mengakomodir kondisi-kondisi seperti itu. Jadi perempuan tetap bisa karirnya maju, gitu ya, tetap bisa kemudian mendapatkan gaji yang baik dan bisa tetap kembali kepada posisi yang semula selepas dia melahirkan. Ya, tidak kemudian mejanya udah dikasih ke orang lain. Nah, ini kan lepas lagi dari persoalan dalil, ini persoalan bagaimana sarana sosial disiapkan untuk itu semua. Nah, sementara yang sekarang terjadi di Indonesia, peran perempuan di publik itu ternyata tidak semua perempuan bisa memiliki dan bisa menikmati. Saya lihat misalnya hasil dari pilkada serentak terakhir, ternyata banyak sekali perempuan yang menduduki posisi publik. Awalnya saya senang melihat data itu, tapi begitu saya lihat lagi, ternyata kebanyakan mereka adalah istri dari bekas bupati, ya, jadi suaminya sudah 2 periode, kemudian harus mundur, maka istrinya yang kemudian menggantikan, atau kemudian juga ada keluarganya yang lain, atau apa. Jadi ternyata mereka bagian dari elit politik, sehingga mereka menempati posisi-posisi publik. Nah, bukan kemudian mereka orang-orang biasa yang kemudian bisa mendapat posisi ini. Baik, nah terakhir saya ingin memberikan kesimpulan bahwa tidak cukup kita hanya berdebat soal teks keagamaan. Kita tidak mungkin diminta untuk meninggalkan teks syariat, teks keagamaan, seperti yang diminta oleh sebagian kalangan. Muslim akan lebih memilih untuk tetap menjalankan agamanya, tetapi kita juga harus menyiapkan perangkat sosial untuk memberikan kenyamanan dan keamanan buat perempuan sehingga mereka bisa berperan di publik. Karena itu silakan teruskan perdebatan soal agama, tapi mohon jangan berhenti di situ. Mohon juga kita pikirkan juga bagaimana mempersiapkannya. Dan ini bisa dimulai dari kampus-kampus seperti di UM ini. Saya kira demikian Mbak Evi, terima kasih. Lebih kurangnya mohon maaf. Subhanakallah ilma lana ma alam tanah innaka antal alimul hakim, maha suci engkau ya Rabb. Sungguh kami tidak punya ilmu apapun kecuali apa yang Engkau ajarkan kepada kami. Wallahu muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya selalu energized gitu ya kalau mendengarkan Gus Nadir ini ngobrol gitu ya. Sejak kita konferensi pop Islam pertama di UM tahun 2018, kemudian ngobrol lagi di 2019, ini selalu inspiring karena there are a lot of ways to, promoting alternative reinterpretation of Islamic scriptures gitu ya. We cannot leave out the scriptures. Kita tidak bisa meninggalkan syariah, tapi kita juga harus lebih aware gitu bahwa syariah itu adalah istilahnya hukum Islam yang diklaim sebagai syariah ini bukanlah sesuatu yang fix gitu ya. Ada celah-celah di mana reinterpretasi itu bisa dilakukan. And I'd like to highlight tadi 2 hal, bahwa this is not enough for us to just leave syariah, but we have to facilitate the debate on syariah by offering atau menyiapkan, facilitating through the social and also the legal aspects of it gitu ya. Jadi harus siap infrastruktur atau perangkat sosial dan juga perangkat hukumnya sehingga reinterpretasi ini juga bisa akhirnya selesai. Terima kasih Gus Nadir. Now inviting Miss Dr. Miriam Luking, also a very good friend of mine, to join us on the screen. She is going to present her paper entitled Gendered Mobility from Indonesia to the Middle East. Miriam, are you here?
Yes, selamat pagi. Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi. Miriam, you can use gado-gado language as well. Jadi bisa pakai Indonesia dan Inggris ya. Okay, over to you Miriam, 20 to 25 minutes.
Baik, terima kasih banyak Mbak Evi, terima kasih banyak kepada panitia, juga kepada Ibu Azizatul Zahro, dan terima kasih banyak kepada Pak Nadir Syah untuk presentasi yang sangat menarik. Mungkin saya bisa melengkapinya sedikit dengan beberapa contoh, tetapi saya rasa 2 presentasi ini sangat saling melengkapi. Karena saya seorang antropolog, jadi saya akan berbicara banyak tentang pengalaman orang biasa di kehidupan sehari-hari, terutama dalam konteks mobilitas, dan presentasinya Pak Nadir Syah tentang hukum dan perangkat sosial sangat-sangat menarik. Baik, dan sebelum saya mulai, mohon maaf juga bahwa saya tidak berhasil untuk pasang layar virtual. di komputer saya. Apakah saya bisa share presentasi saya lewat share screen?
Bisa? Ya.
Baik, sekali lagi terima kasih banyak, selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera. Saya akan berbicara tentang mobilitas dari Indonesia ke Timur Tengah hari ini, dan saya akan berbicara dalam bahasa Inggris. My talk concerns gender identities in the context of transnational mobility, in particular mobility between Indonesia and the Middle East. And of course, talking about gender identities means to talk about men and women, which I will do a little bit, but I will be focusing mostly on female identities and represent more female voices. Apart from the fact that globalization and transnational mobility are generally becoming more and more important in people's lives, Indonesians' travel and migration and also pilgrimage, of course, to the Middle East are especially interesting because of the region's importance as a birthplace and as a center of Islam, home to the holy sites in Mecca and Medina, and many notable universities. Yet at the same time, Indonesians have over centuries emphasized that historical centrality does not necessarily go along with any superiority when it comes to the interpretation of the scriptures of Sharia or an overall religious way of life. So the views of the Arab world in Indonesia are rather ambivalent. Thus, the examples that I'm presenting from the fields of pilgrimage, scholarly migration, and labor migration touch upon I think two of the conference's thematic fields. One is gender, media, and culture, and the other one is the literacy or the knowledge of religion, politics, laws, and the entrepreneurship of women, the active agency of women in the business or in the overall management of mobility from the Middle East, from Indonesia to the Middle East. And in the end, I will particularly be focusing on the topic of shopping and charity in the context of pilgrimage. Bagaimana?
Silahkan dilanjutkan, Miriam.
Oh ya, baik, okay. As I said before, I'm an anthropologist, so my research mainly focuses on ordinary people's everyday experiences. And this is what I meant, that I think it's a nice complementation with the talk of Pak Nadir Shah, because I think we need to know both, on the one hand, the legal opinions of experts and people who interpret the scriptures, and then on the other hand, how people deal with this in everyday life. For the examples that I present here, I did research with returnees from labor migration, education, and pilgrimage in Madura and Central Java. And currently, I'm doing a research on Muslim and Christian Indonesian pilgrimages to Jerusalem, Palestine. So throughout my talk, I will be focusing on the question how the multifarious experiences in the Middle East manifest and challenge gender identities and also transnational senses of belonging. Just a brief reminder of history. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but historically we know from the researchers, for example, of Michael Lafan or Eric Taliacozo, that historically education, migration, and pilgrimage were often mixed. It was mainly men traveling from Indonesia to the Arabian Peninsula and Egypt, and given this long and arduous journey across the Indian Ocean, they would spend a longer time there for studying, also of course making a living while being there, and being at the holy sites in Mecca and Medina. Lafan emphasizes that people usually stayed among ethnic communities. For example, there is talk of the Jawi community, and that what was happening within this community in Mecca, for instance, was traveling back to Indonesia, and that it had an important impact in Indonesia also, for example, in the independence struggle of the nation of Indonesia. And we see that a lot of the people who were studying, living and pilgrimaging to the holy sites would become figures of authority upon return to Indonesia. The historical experiences of Islamization in the Malay-Indonesian world are probably also a reason of the rather ambivalent views of the Arab world in Southeast Asia in general, not only in Indonesia. And I think the research of Mona Abaza is very valuable in this context. Mona Abaza is an Egyptian sociologist who sadly died recently this summer. And Mona Abaza argued that, of course, it is important to talk about the differences in interpretation in Southeast Asia and the Middle East, but she said that in the end, differences such as orthodoxy and popular Islam, or textual and scriptural knowledge and local and oral traditions, or purity and syncretism, these differences are differences that are often attributed as distinction criteria, as differences between the Middle East and Southeast Asia. But Mona Abaza says that if we look closely, we see that these differences exist within Muslim societies and many societies in the world. And it's not only a difference or a distinction between Southeast Asia and the Middle East. If we think that also in the Arab world, there are important Sufi orders, especially in North Africa, and also on the Arabian Peninsula itself. These streams are often not the streams that have the loudest voices in the representations of Islam from that region, but they exist in both regions. Also, of course, in Indonesia, there is a culture of orthodoxy and more textual and scriptural knowledge and different streams in the interpretation of religion. So I wanted to bring up also, of course, the example of one of Indonesia's presidents and famous Muslim intellectuals, Abdurrahman Wahid, known as Gus Dur, who emphasized that being Muslim doesn't mean to adopt Arab culture and customs, here in this meme with the example of language, but that there are valid and strong Indonesian traditions of interpreting what it means to be Muslim. So the overall views on the Arab world, again, in Southeast Asia are rather ambivalent. On the one hand, emphasizing one's own identity and unique Southeast Asian interpretations of the scriptures, whereas on the other side, the Arab world is still important as a birthplace and center of Islam. So, and I think also in recent years, there has been controversies about Arabisasi, Islam Nusantara versus Islam Arab. So against these public controversies and discussions, again, as an anthropologist, I look at what this means in people's ordinary everyday life. And I do so in the context of today's mobility, contemporary mobility to the Middle East. And we see that in today's mobility to the Middle East, women play a very, very important role. In comparison to other countries, Indonesia is sending a high percentage of women to Mecca and Medina during the Hajj. And also even more so during the minor pilgrimage, the Umrah, which can be done at any time of the year, and which before the pandemic was really booming in Indonesia. This book, titled Muslim Women's Pilgrimage to Mecca and Beyond, is dedicated to the explosive growth of pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina and to other places around the world, and is looking at the vital role of women in this mobility, women as participants in pilgrimage, but also as agent and as organizers of pilgrimage. So to understand what is the agency of women in these far-reaching political, economic and social ramifications of contemporary religious mobility. And the book argues that women are actively involved in placemaking, in forming narratives, in shaping the common activities at pilgrimage sites. But of course, this is not a free-floating thing. Mobility, even though there is increasing globalization and there is increasing wealth, more and more people can afford to travel, but still, of course, mobility and women's role in mobility is not completely free-floating. So the editors of the book, Boitela et al., they emphasize that it's also important to look at the power structures and hierarchy, what they say in this quote. So I did find that in Indonesian women's mobility, women do play a very central and strong role, but of course there are hierarchies, and these are not only hierarchies between men and women, but also hierarchies between different social classes in Indonesia. So let me briefly talk about the three different types of mobility from Indonesia to the Middle East that I want to address today. The first one, education. Many of us know a bit about Indonesian students in Cairo from famous films like Ayat-Ayat Cinta or Ketika Cinta Bertasbih. And in these films, there is actually very interesting representations of gender ideals, something that Efi Eliana knows much more about, and probably can talk a bit about in the discussion. Probably people here in the audience have also themselves studied in the Middle East. So again, I'm not the expert here, but I did some interviews with returnees in Indonesia, and I also visited Cairo and spent some time in the Central Javanese guest house in the Gria, Jawa Tengah. And what I found, and also what other researchers, again, like Mona Abaza and others, found is that, like in historical times, Indonesian students in famous universities like Al-Azhar, but also Al-Qura, spend a significant amount of time within Indonesian communities, and not only Indonesian national communities, but even ethnic communities like Keluarga Mahasiswa Aceh that I bring up as an example here, or the community of Jawa Tengah in Cairo. And even more so in private study circles. In addition to the universities, there is a lot of study circles with sheikhs in Mecca, Medina, Jeddah, in Yemen. When I stayed in Madura, I realized that a lot of children of the pesantren, of the Quranic schools, like the daughters, especially the daughters, actually, the girls of the kiai, of the religious leaders, were sent to Yemen to study over the summer. So there is a significant involvement of young women in education, which is, again, in comparison to other Muslim countries, quite significant. And a lot of the students spend time in the Indonesian community, which also creates this bonding feeling of identifying as Indonesian. In addition, a lot of the students work, among other things, also in part-time jobs during the Umrah and Hajj, where we see that there is, again, like in historical times, a mixture between education and pilgrimage, and that women are playing leading roles as guides, for example, in this context, despite the issues of muhrim, for example, that have been mentioned by Pak Nadir Shah. Labor migration is a very different example. It doesn't have the prestige of education or pilgrimage to the Arab world. Labor migration usually happens when women are in need of searching a higher income for their families, to support their families, mostly in rural areas in Indonesia. And as you probably know, most of these labor migrants are women who work as maids, as domestic workers in private households in Saudi Arabia, which this is the demand from the Arabian Peninsula. Employers there specifically look for Indonesian women for this work field. And because of the reports about abuse and exploitation, there have been various moratoriums of migration to Saudi Arabia in particular. And the image of Saudi Arabia in this case is not so much the land of the holy sites, but it is also understood as a land where there are a lot of problems and exploitation of foreign laborers. Despite these moratoriums, labor migration from Indonesia to the Arabian Peninsula is still ongoing, also in undocumented ways sometimes. In Madura, I found that there is often the practice of Umrah Sandal Jepit, that many people told me that also because of a strong longing of doing the pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina, people would take an Umrah visa, stay in Saudi Arabia and work and wait until the Hajj season, and that way go around the official quota to participate in the Hajj. So in this case of undocumented migration, at least for the Madurese context that I know a little bit, I found that women would often go with their husbands. And of course, this changes also the experience abroad. Whereas in Central Java, women would mostly migrate alone through recruitment agencies. And even though the recruitment agencies would also advertise that women can go to the holy sites in Mecca and Medina while they work in Saudi Arabia, I realized that when the women come back to Central Java, they were often not acknowledged as Ibu Haja. They would not have this honorary title in the same way as people who depart with the Kloter or with the unit of Indonesian Hajj pilgrims. So here we see that there are differences, of course, in the type of mobility to the Middle East, but also in social class of what is the status of returnees. In terms of gender identities, it's quite interesting that in the context of female labor migration, there is a lot of talk of morality and decent moral behavior. For instance, the idea of success I found in Central Java was very much linked to good moral behavior. So if a person was not successful or was even abused in Saudi Arabia, it was quite interesting that the village community said, yeah, maybe she didn't behave well, maybe she was selfish, she spent her earnings for herself, for free time activities, and probably she was not modest and humble, and that's why she got into trouble. So there is this notion of having a very personalized understanding of success and failure that is connected to gendered morality. And other researchers, especially also the book by Carol Chan, In Sickness and in Wealth, have shown that this is also connected to the changing gender roles in the village community, where when the women become the main breadwinners, men often take over household roles. There's also problems of alcohol addiction or gambling, obviously in a crisis of gender identities, and that this emphasis on gendered morality is, according to Chan and others, is also a coping strategy to maintain the social structures within the family, within the village, and to emphasize that the women remain the carers of the families back home. So all in all, in this context of migration, the connection to the home community is very important. And this personalized discourse on gendered morality is also reflected in women's own stories, for instance, in this book of short stories. I did bring 2 quotes, but I think I will skip them because I think I'm already running out of time. So I will move on to the example of pilgrimage, where again, in comparison to migration, pilgrimage is a much more prestigious endeavor. Of course, the Hajj, as being one of the 5 pillars of Islam, is a lifelong goal, and now more and more people can afford to complete the Hajj. Today's pilgrimages from Indonesia to the Arabian Peninsula, to the Hijaz, are highly structured, institutionalized, and channeled forms of mobilities. Most Indonesians travel in travel units with fixed itineraries, accommodation, and schedules, and there is not so much room for individual activities or unexpected experiences. Everything is planned in a very detailed way, and it's in a way a very Indonesian nationalized event, again strengthening the identification as members of Indonesia's Ummah. The interesting thing in the comparison with Christian pilgrimages to Jerusalem, what you see here in this picture, is that for both Muslim and Christian Indonesians, a pilgrimage to Mecca or Jerusalem is prestigious, and it's something that is being communicated to the home community. For example, in return celebrations where Hajj returnees put up posters like this in front of their houses. And this also happens in Christian communities, where in Christian communities, the people put up pictures of Jerusalem, and of course also today the posting and the documentation on social media is very important. Considering this overall constellation of traveling with a travel unit, where there are also preparation courses, for instance, with guides and intermediaries, it is obvious that the guidance plays an important role also in how Indonesian pilgrims understand themselves as men and women in this context. And I wanted to give this example of a comic Hajj guidebook, Cara Mabrur Naik Haji and Umroh, how to become Haji Mabrur, according to this guidebook. And one chapter is the Adat of Orang Arab, the culture and customs of the Arab people. And you see probably through through these images that Arab men are being described here as rather loud and harsh and tall and big, but at the same time also as pious people who immediately stop their business activities and proceed to the mosque at the call to prayer. So again, this ambivalent image of Arab others, and you see that the Indonesian self here in the middle is described as rather refined and polite. Given this overall guidance and structuring, we can talk of travel in an environmental bubble, using the words of the sociologist Eric Cohen here, who says that a travel group or package tourism creates this environmental bubble where what is happening within the travel group and also what is happening back home often is shaping the travel and pilgrimage experience very much. And I found that this is also now in the pilgrimage, in the research on Al-Aqsa pilgrimages and Christian Jerusalem pilgrimages, I found that this is very important, and that there is again a high participation of women. You see this also here in this picture. And this is often women who come from a kelompok pengajian, who come from the same Quran reading group and who do the pilgrimage together. And there is a strong bonding experience among women in this group. And I want to give now, before I come to my conclusion, the example of shopping in particular, and how shopping is on many levels defining how women interpret this pilgrimage, and how going on a religious journey is also part of being a Muslim woman in today's Indonesia. So one aspect of shopping is an act of solidarity, especially in the context of pilgrimages to Palestine. So here is a quote from one of the pilgrims I interviewed, who says, "Even though the prices are higher than in Jordan and Egypt, we have to buy stuff in order to support the Palestinian people here. Apart from giving them food and money, we have to shop and to shop. No matter what the price is, we will buy it." So in these visits to Palestine, there is a strong sense of supporting the Palestinian community, and women are particularly active in this. I found that in the travel groups, apart from the fact that the majority of the travel group are women, also if there is couples, wife and husband, for instance, women are often the ones who are physically carrying the money, who are inquiring of possibilities to give donations, zakat and sadaqah, and also, as you see here in this photo, who back in Indonesia are very actively involved in Palestine solidarity activities. Apart from solidarity shopping, I found two different categories in shopping. One is oleh-oleh and kenang-kenangan, oleh-oleh gifts and kenang-kenangan souvenirs, where women often think of the community back home. So it's on the one hand, the even motherly identification with Muslim brothers and sisters in other parts of the world, especially those who are suffering, for example, in Palestine under the occupation of Israel. But oleh-oleh and kenang-kenangan is also the motherly care for relatives and family back home, to focus on doing the pilgrimage and having the spiritual experience, but not to forget to bring blessings back home. And the third category is luxury goods. And luxury goods is a quite interesting example, because we could say luxury goods are here part of a rather modern middle-class lifestyle. But then at the same time, I found that these luxury goods often evoke traditional gender ideals, for example, gendered beauty ideals. You see these mineral mud face masks from the Dead Sea between Jordan and Palestine. And these mud face masks in particular promise clarifying and whitening function. And this is very popular among both Muslim and Christian groups whom I accompany. So that's a very interesting continuation of gendered beauty ideals. Overall, we can speak of pious consumption, as also Carla Jones has described for shopping activities within Indonesia, but also of pious entrepreneurship, because in fact, many travel agents are also active in selling these products. And especially now in the pandemic that pilgrims cannot come here, a lot of travel agents do small-scale business using their personal social media accounts to sell, for example, these mud masks with Dead Sea minerals, but also bracelets and smaller ole ole and gifts, and also these luxury goods that I mentioned, like these fancy bags. And you see that this bag comes next to a souvenir of Al-Aqsa here.
Miriam, is it possible to wrap up because we're running out of time? Thank you.
Yeah, so this is my last slide that in conclusion, there is in this boom of mobility, especially in tourism and pilgrimage, there is a high percentage of female participation, and through this high involvement of women actively connect Indonesia to the holy sites in the Middle East. It's the female presence, for instance, in Jerusalem on the Al-Aqsa compound, but also in Mecca and Medina. So women are actively involved in placemaking. What is the common practice at these sites beyond all differences in traditions between, for example, the Middle East and Indonesia? But then again, I found that in all different forms of migration, in labor migration, in scholarly migration, and in pilgrimage, there is a reproduction of gender values from Indonesia that have a long tradition in Indonesia, be it the beauty ideals or also women's active involvement in entrepreneurship. So I skipped this slide, but I mean, this slide talks about the long history of Indonesian women in trade and entrepreneurship, which is, I think, an interesting difference also to other countries. And the motherly care for those back home, the care through gifts or also remittances. But all in all, the mobility is guided, and this guidance of mobility through moral values, through institutions, through the overall environmental bubble is probably also the reason why gender identities are reconfirmed and strengthened in the context of mobility. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih Miriam. Saya izin, ini adalah bukunya Miriam yang baru terbit, Ibu Bapak. So this is her new book, which I find really interesting to read. I was at the book launch and give my thoughts there. Izinkan saya untuk memberikan wrap up dalam bahasa Indonesia karena Miriam sudah menyampaikan materinya dalam bahasa Inggris. Jadi secara umum Miriam menggarisbawahi bahwa ini temuan yang berbeda. Kadang-kadang kita berpikir bahwa mobilitas ke luar negeri itu akan mengubah banyak hal karena ada banyak hal yang menantang gitu ya, terkait dengan perubahan values gitu atau norma gitu. Kenapa orang di sana di Australia misalnya normanya begini dan kenapa kemudian ada terjadi negosiasi. Tapi ternyata mobilitas orang Islam ke Arab world atau dunia Arab tidak hanya terbatas pada Saudi Arabia tapi juga termasuk ke Yerusalem. Ini ternyata mengukuhkan atau mereproduksi nilai-nilai dan norma-norma gender yang ada, karena ini seperti bubble. Jadi mobilitasnya itu seperti dalam sebuah bubble atau gelembung begitu. Jadi sangat terkontrol atau guided mobility. Jadi temuan ini sangat menarik karena berbeda dengan asumsi kita biasanya terkait dengan mobilitas internasional. Thank you so much Miriam. Untuk pemateri berikutnya adalah Dr. Ahmad Munjinasi from the very own UM gitu. Pak Munjin, you're here already. Okay, Pak Munjin will be talking about female leadership or woman leadership in pesantren among santri. Over to you for 20 to 25 minutes, selama 20 sampai 25 menit. Silakan Pak Munjin.
Terima kasih Bu Evi. Saya akan mengikuti jejaknya Gus Nadir. Assalamualaikum Gus Nadir. Ini perjumpaan yang kedua kita. Ketika ada 2018 di Islam Populer di UM, kita sempat banyak bicara. Selamat siang Dr. Mirjam dan seluruh peserta yang hadir. Izinkan saya akan share screen. Sudah muncul share screen-nya? Sudah muncul Bu Evi?
Sudah, Pak. Bisa di ini ya, slide show agar bisa lebih besar. Ya.
Bentar. Oke.
Ya.
Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, tema yang kami angkat kali ini adalah tentang keberadaan kepemimpinan perempuan di kalangan pesantren. Dan tema ini memang kami angkat, saya melihat bahwa banyak hal penting yang perlu kita ketahui dari peran perempuan di kalangan pesantren. Sudah barang tentu yang kami sampaikan ini akan melengkapi apa yang disampaikan oleh Gus Nadir dan juga Dr. Miriam. Dan mudah-mudahan ini akan menambah wawasan kita tentang bagaimana dunia pesantren juga menghadirkan sosok-sosok penting dalam perubahan di negeri ini, di Indonesia. Ada pertanyaan besar ya, terkait kalau kita bicara tentang pesantren, maka mengapa harus kita bicara tentang peran perempuan di kalangan pesantren? Ini penting menjadi pertanyaan besar karena nanti akan kita sampaikan betapa banyak jumlah pesantren di Indonesia, dan dari situ nanti akan kita juga temukan data bahwa mayoritas dari santri itu adalah perempuan, dan mereka pasti akan menjadi sosok yang akan mengisi pembangunan Indonesia, mengisi kehidupan di masa datang, dan karena itu mereka juga harus berdaya dan memiliki peran yang cukup strategis dalam perkembangan kehidupan negara Indonesia khususnya dan juga di dunia pada umumnya. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, sebelum kita bicara panjang lebar tentang peran perempuan di kalangan pesantren, izinkan kami akan mengutip dua pendapat. Apa sih sebenarnya santri community itu ya? Apa sih yang disebut dengan masyarakat santri gitu ya? Ada dua definisi yang populer. Yang pertama kami kutipkan dari pendapat Nasih bahwa masyarakat santri itu adalah masyarakat yang mempunyai hubungan kultural dan juga emosional dengan pesantren. Jadi yang disebut dengan santri bukan hanya orang yang pernah belajar dan mondok selama sekian tahun, tapi mereka yang disebut dengan santri adalah orang yang punya ikatan emosional maupun kultural. Jadi sekalipun dia tidak pernah nyantri, tetapi ketika ada saudaranya, kemudian istrinya atau suaminya ada santri, seringkali mereka juga dimasukkan dalam kategori masyarakat santri. Kemudian kategori yang kedua, definisi yang kedua, ini adalah definisi yang disampaikan oleh Clifford Geertz bahwa masyarakat santri, The Religion of Java, buku yang sangat terkenal, Clifford Geertz kemudian membagi ada 3 kategori, yaitu santri, kemudian priayi, dan abangan. Dan santri dalam pemaknaan Clifford Geertz adalah komunitas yang mempunyai pemegang teguh dari ajaran-ajaran Islam. Pada kajian kali ini, pada diskusi kita kali ini, memang secara spesifik saya akan banyak menyampaikan bagaimana peran perempuan di kalangan masyarakat santri dari kalangan pesantren. Tapi tidak menutup kemungkinan nanti kita akan juga sampaikan beberapa fakta bahwa banyak perempuan-perempuan yang sekalipun bukan dari punya basic pesantren, tapi juga punya peran besar dalam kehidupan di Indonesia ini. Kalau coba kita lihat, ini saya ambil data dari Kemenak bahwa jumlah pesantren di Indonesia itu per 2021 itu tercatat 31.385 pesantren. Pesantren ini macam-macam, ada pesantren salaf, pesantren tradisional, ada yang pesantren modern. Tapi mayoritas adalah pesantren salaf. Kemudian dari jumlah santri itu tercatat kurang lebih 4,29 juta santri. Dan faktanya bahwa jumlah santri perempuan itu lebih besar daripada santri laki-laki. Angkanya bisa sampai pada 60 sampai 65%. Bayangkan kalau 4,29 juta santri, 60%-nya itu sudah kurang lebih 2,5 jutaan. 2,6 jutaan santri dari pihak perempuan. Nah, bicara tentang ini, bicara tentang pesantren, ada baiknya kita coba lihat bagaimana sebenarnya manajemen yang ada di pesantren itu. Kita ketahui bahwa ada sosok utama di dalam pesantren, dia adalah disebut atau dikenal dengan sebutan kiai. Nah, di tempat yang lain mungkin ada sebutan yang lain, sebutan tuan guru atau yang lain. Tapi untuk konteks Jawa, sebutan tokoh utama di pesantren ada disebut dengan kiai. Setidaknya ada dua manajemen di pesantren yang kita lihat. Pertama adalah manajemen yang konvensional, dan yang kedua adalah manajemen modern. Di mana kalau manajemen konvensional, kiai menjadi tokoh yang sangat sentral, dan karena sentralistiknya ini, maka muncullah karisma-karisma dari pihak kiai, dan keputusan-keputusan akan tunggal. Jadi keputusan apapun tentang pesantren ada di tangan Bapak Kiai. Nah, berbeda dengan manajemen yang konvensional, kita lihat ada manajemen yang modern, di mana urusan kepemimpinan di pesantren itu sudah mulai di-deliver ke institusi. Di sana ada pengasuh, kemudian ada kepala pesantren, ada kepala sekolah, dan seterusnya. Dan ini sifatnya kolegial. Kemudian, dan dari sinilah, dari model-model manajemen ini kita lihat, kita akan menemukan bahwa pesantren itu kepemimpinan dan bersifat rasional. Ini sangat berbeda dengan manajemen yang konvensional, di mana kepemimpinan adalah karismatik. Tapi untuk yang modern manajemen ini sudah kita lihat bahwa kepemimpinan bersifat rasional. Nah, coba kita lihat bagaimana sebenarnya peran ibu nyai. Ibu nyai dalam pesantren. Kita coba lihat, secara umum nanti akan kita lihat peran-peran kiai, peran-peran ibu nyai, masuk pertama ada domestic domain. Pertama, ibu nyai hanya memerankan diri untuk membantu kiai untuk mengurusi urusan-urusan kepesantrenan. Pada lain pihak, ibu nyai menjadi seorang guru dari santri-santri perempuan. Tapi pada kasus-kasus kecil kita juga lihat ada peran-peran nyai itu dia menjadi penggerak masyarakat. Kemudian mereka juga aktif di dunia keorganisasian dan juga organisasi politik. Bahkan sebagian di antara mereka sekalipun sangat-sangat kecil, kita mulai jumpai ada ibu-ibu nyai yang bergerak di bidang bisnis. Dari dua domain ini, kalau kita lihat, memang mayoritas ibu nyai masuk di dalam domain yang pertama, yaitu domain domestic domain dan bukan public domain. Sekalipun sudah mulai kita lihat banyak dari para istri kiai masuk pada public domain. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, kita coba lihat konsekuensi dari konvensional manajemen ini. Manajemen konvensional itu ada domestic role, peran domestik dari peran ibu nyai itu lebih dominan dari peran publiknya. Sementara kalau kita coba lihat di manajemen yang rasional, domestic role, peran domestik ibu nyai itu sudah mulai bergeser. Sekalipun memang masih dominan, tetapi mulai bergeser kepada peran publik. Artinya bahwa ketika manajemen itu ada pada manajemen yang konvensional, akan terjadi kecenderungan stagnasi dari peran-peran ibu nyai. Berbeda kalau manajemennya adalah manajemen rasional, maka peran ibu nyai mulai bergeser dari peran-peran domestik menuju ke peran-peran publik. Nah, Kami akan coba tunjukkan, Ibu Bapak yang saya hormati, ini beberapa contoh figur para ibu nyai atau tokoh-tokoh perempuan di dalam masyarakat santri. Kita kasih contoh yang pertama, ada Nyai Siti Walidah Ahmad Dahlan. Ini adalah istri dari Kiai Ahmad Dahlan, pendiri Muhammadiyah. Beliau adalah founder dari Aisyah. Kemudian kita juga lihat ada Nyai Solihah Fakitese. Ini adalah tokoh utama di Muslimat di dan Fatayat NU. Kita juga lihat ada Hajah Nafisah Sahal Mahfud. Itu adalah tokoh penggerak perempuan. Kemudian ini juga kita lihat ada Profesor Tuki Alawiyah, ada Profesor Zakia Darajat, mereka tokoh-tokoh yang bergerak di bidang pendidikan. Kita juga lihat ada Prof. Amani Lubis, ini adalah di bidang pendidikan yang beliau sekarang menjabat Rektor UIN Syarif. Nah, ini yang tadi sempat disinggung oleh Gus Nadir, ada peran-peran, ada tokoh-tokoh perempuan dari kalangan santri yang aktif di politik. Cuman tadi analisa dari Gus Nadir sebagian melihat bahwa itu bagian dari apa namanya dinasti politik. Tapi mungkin kasus ini untuk mungkin perkecualian barangkali Khofifah Indar Parawansa ini adalah tokoh muslimat dan tidak mempunyai basic dinasti politik, tapi dia menjadi seorang gubernur di Jawa Timur. Kemudian kita juga lihat ada Ibu Munjidah Wahab misalnya. Ini juga bupati di Kabupaten Jombang. Dan kita lihat Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, hari-hari ini memang sudah mulai banyak sekali tokoh-tokoh yang lahir dari pesantren, tokoh-tokoh yang mempunyai ikatan dengan pesantren yang menjadi tokoh publik. Contoh seperti selain dari Bu Khofifah, kemudian ada Ibu Munjidah, ada juga tokoh-tokoh yang menjadi menteri dan lain sebagainya. Dan yang terakhir yang ini tokoh yang barangkali juga sangat luar biasa adalah Ibu Badriah Fayumi. Ini adalah ketua dari KUPI. Mungkin Bapak Ibu pernah mendengar istilah KUPI adalah Kongres Ulama Perempuan Indonesia. Di Indonesia tahun 2017 ini dideklarasikan ada Kongres Ulama Perempuan Indonesia yang kemudian dipimpin oleh Nyai Badriah Fayumi. Dia adalah seorang santri yang menamatkan pendidikannya di IAIN Syarif Hidayatullah dan kemudian melanjutkan ke Al-Azhar. Dan ini gebrakan yang sungguh luar biasa Bapak Ibu, bahwa kehadiran Ibu Badriah Fayumi ini kemudian menegaskan bahwa perempuan itu tidak mungkin menjadi seorang ulama. Perempuan mempunyai peran hanya di sektor domestik, untuk urusan-urusan agama itu dominasi adalah laki-laki. Tapi Nyai Badriah Fayumi dan para teman-teman ingin menunjukkan kepada pihak kalangan semua pihak bahwa sebenarnya perempuan juga punya potensi besar untuk menjadi seorang ulama. Dan Ibu Badriah Fayumi adalah pemimpin dari sebuah pondok pesantren di Bekasi dan dia terkenal dengan kepakarnya di bidang tafsir Al-Quran. Nah, kita juga lihat Ibu Bapak yang saya hormati, sebenarnya di samping ada perempuan-perempuan hebat, maka pada saat yang sama juga kita lihat ada tokoh-tokoh feminis dan ulama yang mendukung tentang itu. Nah, sebagai salah satu contoh di sini ada yang tidak asing adalah Gus Dur, tadi juga disinggung oleh Maryam. Kemudian ada tokoh sekelas Kiai Sahal Mahfud, ada Kiai Haji Masdar Farid, kemudian Kiai Marzuki Wahid, ada Kiai Haji Hussein Muhammad, Dr. Mansur Fakih, Profesor Nasaruddin Umar, dan juga Gus Nadir Barang. Gus Nadir termasuk dalam apa namanya nama-nama yang saya yakin sangat layak untuk masuk di dalam kategori feminis figur ini. Nah, Ibu Bapak yang saya hormati, kita lihat bahwa perjuangan untuk meningkatkan peran para ibu nyai dan tokoh-tokoh perempuan di kalangan masyarakat santri ini sudah dilakukan sekian lama. Tetapi harus diakui faktanya bahwa sampai hari ini hasilnya masih belum begitu menggembirakan. terlepas dari persoalan SDM, tetapi ada banyak hal yang harus kita pikirkan agar peran-peran perempuan di kalangan masyarakat santri bisa lebih berdaya dan memberikan kontribusi yang besar di dalam pembangunan di Indonesia ini khususnya. Yang pertama, bahwa dari kalangan pesantren idealnya harus mencoba melakukan perubahan orientasi. Dari pesantren harus dilakukan perubahan orientasi dari orientasi yang manajemennya konvensional, coba diarahkan menuju ke manajemen yang rasional. Kalau itu dilakukan, maka insya Allah dengan sendirinya akan ada perubahan yang terjadi di sana. Yang kedua, untuk kampanye tentang gender mainstreaming ini harus terus dilakukan. Nah, yang menarik barangkali bahwa selama ini yang kita lihat kampanye-kampanye itu dilakukan hanya oleh pihak perempuan. Saya kebetulan mengikuti beberapa forum-forum pertemuan gender dari perguruan tinggi. Kami lihat banyak yang bicara itu banyak dari kalangan perempuan. Sehingga muncul stigma bahwa ini adalah apologis. Ini adalah pembelaan sepihak dari perempuan. Ketika yang memperjuangkan perempuan adalah pihak perempuan, maka akan muncul stigma itu adalah apologis. Tapi ini akan sangat berbeda apabila perjuangan itu dilakukan oleh para kiai, para ulama, ya Gus Nadir, kemudian Gus Dur, kemudian Yai Sahal, Prof. Nazarudin, dan tokoh-tokoh laki-laki. Kalau mereka memperjuangkan tentang gender mainstreaming ini, insya Allah maka itu akan jauh lebih efektif dibanding kalau yang berbicara tentang itu adalah dari sosok perempuan. Nah, ini yang barangkali harus menjadi catatan penting bagi kita. Mari kita handle, kita galang potensi-potensi besar dari kalangan laki-laki, dari kalangan ulama, dari kiai, agar mereka juga terus menggelurakan tentang bagaimana gender mainstreaming ini lebih kuat di kalangan umat Islam.
Pak Munjin bisa disimpulkan ya, sudah habis waktunya.
Oke.
Terima kasih.
Baik, yang ketiga, ada baiknya kita juga melakukan penulisan buku ya. Nah, buku tentang perempuan yang sukses barangkali gitu ya. Dan kemudian ada baiknya juga yang perubahan itu dilakukan melalui jalur politik dan organisasi. Saya ingin menyimpulkan pertemuan ini dengan 2 ayat Al-Qur'an. Yang pertama adalah kita ambilkan dari Al-Baqarah 187, hunna libasul lakum wa antum libasul lahun. Bahwa perempuan itu adalah pakaian dari lelaki dan lelaki adalah pakaian dari perempuan. Idealnya laki-laki dan perempuan harus saling melengkapi. Bahwa Allah menciptakan laki-laki dengan anatomi, dengan kekhususannya, tapi Allah juga menciptakan perempuan dengan anatomi dan kekhususannya. Itu bukan untuk dibedakan, tetapi bagaimana kelebihan dan kekurangan itu adalah saling melengkapi. Kemudian saya kutipkan ayat 13 dari surat Al-Hujurat, ya ayyuhan nasu inna khalaqnakum min dzakarin wa untha wa ja'alnakum syu'uban wa qabaila lita'arafu inna akramakum indallahi atqakum. Bahwa Allah menciptakan laki-laki dan perempuan itu sejatinya adalah diciptakan agar saling mengenal satu dengan yang lain. Kemuliaan manusia di hadapan Allah bukan dilihat dari jenis kelamin laki dan perempuan, tapi kemuliaan itu adalah dilihat dari bagaimana tingkat ketakwaan dia di hadapan Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Kesimpulannya bahwa perempuan di kalangan masyarakat santri harus terus diberikan dukungan, harus diberikan ruang, diberikan support baik melalui jalur politik maupun jalur-jalur yang lain. Dengan demikian insya Allah maka mereka akan terus bisa memerankan diri dengan sebaik mungkin. Dan ketika mereka lebih berdaya, lebih berperan, maka itu juga demi kemajuan populasi santri perempuan yang jumlahnya jauh lebih besar dari santri laki-laki. Barangkali itu Bu Evi, tambahan dari kami dalam forum ini mudah-mudahan bisa melengkapi penjelasan Gus Nadir dan
Yep. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Pak Munjin Nasi. Now, I'd like to give a short wrap up of the 3 sessions. One big umbrella conclusion that I, as my takeaway, or maybe you also have your own takeaway, is that experience and active participation of women do count. All right. So the first, the experience of women and other marginalized gender, of course, must be recorded. Women's experience is unique, and the intersection between gender and other identities lead to different perspectives and also different experience. Thus, we have to pay attention very carefully in order for us to have, equal record of women's, men's, and other other groups of different genders. In the way, as researchers, we have equal way of treating our subjects. And then the second is that active participation of women and other of what we think as fixed, such as Islamic scriptures and so on, and of course in education and politics, because bias is often caused by elimination of certain voices. And then last but not least, we need to involve men in the struggle for gender equality, because the struggle for gender equality is not only for and by women. This equality is for all. Thank you very much. Now I'm inviting you to offer questions to our panelists, either through the chat box or use the raise hand features. While waiting for your questions and also your raised hands, I can read 2 questions and comments that have already saya agak belibet ya. That have already been received through the chat box. The first is from Ibu Yuniarti. Assalamualaikum Pak Nadirsyah, izin merespon, apa yang menghalangi negara muslim seumpama Indonesia seakan terhalang dalam menciptakan, menginternalisasikan perangkat sosial yang tampaknya sebagian dapat menyelesaikan perdebatan tafsir atas teks-teks kitab suci. So what actually prevents countries with majority of Muslim population to create social infrastructure in facilitating the scriptural debates? Silahkan, Gus Nadir.
Ya, terima kasih atas pertanyaannya. Menurut saya yang pertama itu memang kebanyakan dari kita itu kalau belajar agama selalu bertanya dalilnya mana. Jadi kalau tidak ada dalilnya, ya mereka tidak akan mau mengerjakannya. Sementara di sisi lain, ada pemahaman yang lebih tradisional di kalangan pesantren, mereka lebih kepada teladan, sikap. Jadi kalau kiainya sudah melaksanakan, maka biasanya para santri atau muridnya atau jamaah akan mengikuti tanpa harus capek-capek bertanya dalilnya mana. Jadi dicontohkan terlebih dahulu. Makanya kemudian kita lihat kenapa di Indonesia, ini juga pertanyaan dari sekian banyak kawan dari Saudi Arabia, kenapa di Indonesia perempuan boleh naik motor sendirian, boleh nyetir mobil sendirian, misalnya gitu kan. Terus dalilnya apa? Saya bilang ya kami nggak pernah bertanya dalilnya apa, gitu. Tapi bahwa contoh-contoh dulu, orang-orang tua dulu melakukan itu dan tidak ada persoalan, misalnya. Nah, karena itu memang ini persoalan mindset. Gitu ya. Jadi kalau kita kemudian bertanya perempuan bekerja, maka yang diperdebatkan terlebih dahulu mindsetnya adalah dalilnya mana. Sementara kalau orang Barat memahaminya adalah oke, perempuan boleh bekerja, tapi perangkat sosial kita siapkan dulu. Nah, jadi memang ini perubahan mindset yang mesti kita lakukan. Sama saja misalnya bukan hanya persoalan perempuan, persoalan lain pun seperti misalnya bagaimana akses kaum difabel misalnya untuk menaik kepada gedung-gedung yang tinggi di kampus-kampus sekalipun misalnya, ternyata tidak punya akses mereka. Ya karena waktu mendesain gedungnya tidak pernah berpikir bahwa kita butuh akses buat kaum difabel. Begitu juga ketika kita mendesain gedung, kita tidak pernah berpikir bahwa selain ruang perkuliahan, juga harus ada ruang untuk ibu-ibu, para dosen menyusui anaknya misalnya, atau ruang buat para ibu-ibu untuk menitipkan anaknya, ada child care di lingkungan universitas misalnya. Nah, hal-hal seperti ini memang membutuhkan kerjasama semua pihak untuk mengubah mindset itu tadi. Saya kira begitu.
Okay, terima kasih Gus Nadir. And another comment, maybe Miriam can also comment on this. Bu Miriam, paparan Ibu menguatkan apa yang pernah disampaikan sebagai estimasi oleh John Naisbitt di awal milenium tentang megatrend abad 2000. Bahwa dalam arus besar globalisasi akan ada gerakan melawan arus di mana orang menjadi rindu akan identitas primordialnya, menguatkan identitas etnik atau agama. Dan ini adalah tantangan bagi upaya-upaya moderasi dalam realitas global hari ini. Tarik-menarik eksklusivisme dan inklusivisme. Terima kasih pencerahannya Bu Miriam. So what do you think, Miriam, about this assertion made John Naisbitt? Is it also reflected in the mobility and also the gender dimension of mobility among Indonesian Muslims to the Arab world?
Yeah, terima kasih banyak. Yeah, very much. I think it's a very interesting point to bring it up again. I'm also thinking of another publication by Gupta and Ferguson, who said when physical boundaries blur, when the boundaries of nation state become more fluid and more people can travel, identities often become more rigid and more salient. And I think we also, if we compare the Indonesian mobility to other forms of globalized mobilities, we see that this happens, and that very much in the overall research of migration, when we find ourselves in another place, we only become aware of our own identity. So the differences often become stronger. But then again, I still think that there are also changes, but we must not be mistaken to say that these changes are, let's say, an influence from Saudi Arabia for the labor migrants who work in Saudi Arabia. Maybe there are changes in their gender identity, but this is not only provoked by the influence from Saudi Arabia, it's also provoked by what is happening in the home context, the changing social structures in the home context. So for me, I would say there is a strong reaffirmation of gender identities, but there are also changes. And these changes, it's interesting to see how these changes are grounded in the local context, or what we can say the embeddedness of the return, because after all, globalized mobility, people still return to their home communities. And that has a very strong impact on how gender identities are changing also.
That's very interesting take, Miriam. Thank you very much. Before I get to the next question from the chat box, I'd like to, launch a question to Pak Munjin. Pak Munjin, I'm interested in your presentation regarding the leadership of santri perempuan. I was just wondering whether this is a constant, trend in Indonesia, or actually it is the leadership of women, especially among santri, is affected by the national political changes and also social changes, and whether there is any milestone and so on. Thanks.
Terima kasih. Bahwa apakah ini bagian dari tren, apakah ini memang situasi yang memang perkembangan yang sewajarnya. Menurut saya begini, bahwa sama dengan yang sampaikan pemateri sebelumnya, bahwa kita tidak akan mungkin bisa menghindari perkembangan situasi, perkembangan teknologi, perkembangan budaya, dan lain sebagainya. Karena itu perlahan tapi pasti saya menduga bahwa akan ada perubahan orientasi. Persoalannya adalah apakah terjadi percepatan itu apakah tidak. Ketika perubahan orientasi dari manajemen konvensional kepada manajemen yang rasional, kalau itu ada percepatan perubahan itu, maka penguatan terhadap perempuan di kalangan pesantren akan semakin cepat. Tapi ketika peralihan orientasi itu lambat, maka perubahan itu juga akan lambat. Sekalipun tetap akan ada perubahan yang terjadi. Jadi fakta-fakta bahwa sekarang ini sudah mulai banyak tokoh-tokoh yang lahir dari kalangan pesantren atau tokoh-tokoh dari kalangan santri dalam perspektifnya Clifford Geertz, maka itu menunjukkan bahwa ini tidak akan bisa dihindari. Dan contoh yang disampaikan Gus Nadir misalnya tadi bahwa di Arab Saudi sudah mulai mulai diperkenankan perempuan mengendarai kendaraan, dan itu saya pikir pasti akan terjadi juga dan Indonesia, konteks Indonesia sekian kali lipat melampaui yang terjadi di Arab Saudi. Dan salah satu buktinya adalah persoalan kita punya presiden perempuan Ibu Megawati, sekalipun proses menuju sana juga terjadi perdebatan yang cukup panjang, dan biasanya memang kalau sudah urusan nyangkut dengan politik, maka urusan perempuan menjadi tidak sederhana, tidak seperti hal yang di luar politik. Itu kira-kira.
Thank you very much. So women leadership is not an independent social phenomenon. It is also affected by the political situation and also social change. The next question is for Gus Nadir from Zainul. Akhir-akhir ini banyak yang menginginkan bahwa negara Indonesia menjadi negara khilafah, dan salah satu cirinya yang mereka galakan adalah tentang cadar bagi perempuan. So what do you think about face cover, like full face cover, yang dijadikan sebagai bahan bagi wanita untuk mengkampanyekan Indonesia sebagai negara khilafah? Over to you, Gus Nadir.
Saya kira kita harus hati-hati mencoba mengaitkan dua hal yang berbeda, yaitu persoalan khilafah dengan persoalan cadar. Ya, sebagai buktinya misalnya di Saudi Arabia mereka pakai sistem kerajaan, tidak pakai sistem khilafah, tetapi perempuan di sana pakai cadar. Nah, jadi tidak mesti kalau kemudian orang pakai cadar buru-buru kita anggap dia orang Hizbut Tahrir, dia maunya khilafah, ya. Jadi saya juga tidak setuju kalau kita lantas melakukan generalisasi seperti itu. Satu, yang kedua, saya selalu berpendapat bahwa soal pakaian itu biarlah perempuan yang memutuskan sendiri. Pakaian yang menurut mereka lebih aman dan lebih nyaman untuk dipakai. Apakah kemudian mau seperti Mbak yang pakai tanda-tanda ini, pakai jilbabnya, atau mau kayak Mbak Evi atau kayak Bu Miriam misalnya, silakan saja. Itu keputusan perempuan, dan menurut saya tidak ada persoalan. Misalnya di kampus saya di Monash University, itu banyak perempuan yang pakai cadar, ikut kelas perkuliahan, tidak ada persoalan, tidak lantas dianggap dia menjadi radikal, gitu ya. Begitu juga berapa kali dalam berbagai kesempatan seminar sebelum COVID, itu kalau selepas seminar ada beberapa peserta yang pakai jilbab dan minta foto selfie dengan saya juga ladeni, tidak perlu saya bertanya apa yang mau di selfie, orang kamu pakai jilbab, pakai cadar begitu kan. Tetapi itu kan hak mereka, gitu, nggak ada persoalan gitu. Jadi jangan kita menganggap seorang yang pakai cadar itu maka dia menjadi teroris, dia radikal atau dia pro khilafah. Saya kira ini hal yang berbeda. Jadi silakan perempuan memilih sendiri apa yang mana yang lebih pakaian yang lebih aman dan nyaman, apakah pakai cadar, pakai jilbab atau tidak. Yang paling penting adalah para laki-laki jangan sok tahu, jangan ikut campur mau mengatur-ngatur perempuan sebagai pakai baju apa. Saya kira begitu.
That's interesting. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is very important that we must not easily, reduce a certain social phenomena to, like misalnya khilafah to penggunaan cadar. So we must not be reductionist and we must not be overgeneralizing. Okay, thank you very much. The next thing is for Pak Munjin, still from Bu Yunarti. Izin Pak Munjin, menarik mengetahui bahwa manajemen konvensional pesantren yang sentralistik dan berdasarkan figur karismatik dapat melahirkan alumni-alumni yang moderat dan berkiprah di arena-arena publik. Hanya logis karena para kiai di puncak manajemen pesantren tersebut adalah figur-figur yang moderat pula. Walau kita juga mengetahui ada realitas manajemen pesantren yang sebaliknya yang menguatkan eksklusifisme. Kedua karakter manajemen pesantren ini eksis dalam realitas pendidikan hari ini. Apakah mungkin negara mengintervensi kurikulum atau manajemen pesantren? So is it possible that the state intervene curriculum development of pesantren?
Terima kasih Bu Evi. Jadi memang manajemen pesantren tidak akan pernah bisa lepas dari figur utama kiai. Ketika kiai itu moderat, maka produk dari pendidikannya akan melahirkan ya hasil-hasil yang moderat. Ketika kiainya itu tidak moderat, ekstrim, maka sangat mungkin produk yang dilahirkan adalah ekstrim. Contoh-contoh yang kita lihat tadi itu, yang kita sampaikan adalah contohnya betapa ada tokoh-tokoh besar ulama-ulama kita yang sangat moderat. Sangat moderat, dan dari situlah dan terlahir tokoh-tokoh perempuan dari sekitar yang bersangkutan. Ya, hari-hari ini memang butuh, kalau kita ingin menguatkan peran perempuan, maka butuh tokoh-tokoh moderat semakin banyak. Kalau tokoh-tokoh moderat tidak bermunculan, maka keberadaan tokoh-tokoh perempuan akan sulit untuk bisa muncul ke permukaan. Seperti yang saya sampaikan tadi, bahwa hari-hari ini seringkali kita jumpai bahwa kampanye tentang pengarus utamaan gender itu banyak dilakukan oleh pihak perempuan. Dan itu sangat tidak efektif. Maka kesan orang melihat itu apologis, itu hanya pembelaan diri saja untuk kepentingan dirinya. Tapi kalau itu dilakukan oleh tokoh-tokoh laki-laki, oleh ulama-ulama, maka kemudian orang melihat, oh ini bukan apologis. Dia kan tidak mungkin membela dirinya, tapi dia membela kepentingan perempuan. Berikutnya, apakah negara bisa hadir dalam sini? Kita yakini bahwa negara memungkinkan sekali untuk bisa hadir di dalam proses percepatan ini. Dari situlah kemudian kita lihat juga ada Kementerian Perempuan dan Anak, kemudian ada organisasi-organisasi perempuan yang disupport oleh pemerintah. Dan dari sisi kurikulum kita lihat belakangan ini kurikulum yang orientasi pada kesetaraan gender itu sudah. Bisa kita lanjut? Ya, kurikulum.
Pak Munjin is not muted.
Oke. Kurikulum bisa kita lihat sekarang sudah sangat-sangat mendukung ke sana. Bahkan di materi-materi keagamaan, di level SMA, di level aliyah, bahkan di perguruan tinggi, ada topik-topik tentang feminisme. Tentang ada feminisme. Dan itu saya yakin akan bagian dari salah satu ikhtiar untuk melakukan percepatan sehingga gender mainstreaming itu bisa bisa terjadi dengan begitu baiknya barangkali. Itu Bu Evi, terima kasih.
Thank you very much. I would also like to invite Gus Nadir, because Gus Nadir also grew up in a pesantren context, and whether you have any comment in regards to whether the state needs to be present in the curriculum development of pesantren.
Ya, jadi sebelum tahun 70-an itu memang kalau santri itu ke pesantren tergantung dari kiainya itu ahlinya apa. Jadi nanti kalau misalnya ahli bahasa Arab, misalnya ke pesantren Lirboyo, nanti ahli hadis mau belajar hadis ke Tebu Ireng gitu ya. Nah, setelah tahun 70-an pemerintah melakukan standarisasi kurikulum pesantren. Nah, ini kemudian menjadi banyak problem sehingga pesantren-pesantren akhirnya mengikuti kurikulum dari pemerintah dan kekhususannya menjadi hilang. Akhirnya semua pesantren menjadi hampir saja sama, yang membedakan adalah karisma dan kesepuhan dari kiainya. Nah, kemudian sekarang disiasati Mbak Evi dengan dibuat namanya Ma'had Ali, gitu. Jadi pesantren tinggi gitu. Jadi kalau setelah selesai mondok, maka tingkat S1-nya ketimbang dia ke UIN atau ke IAIN, dia meneruskan juga di pondoknya, tapi ikutnya Ma'had Ali dengan kekhususan tersendiri. Nah, ini juga diakomodir oleh pemerintah. Jadi saya kira memang ada standarisasi dan itu dibutuhkan. Karena kalau nggak ada standarisasi, ijazahnya apa yang mau diujiankan dipakai. Dan kalau nggak ada ijazah, maka para santri nggak akan bisa berkiprah di pembangunan, nggak bisa berkiprah di pemerintahan, gitu kan? Karena semuanya pakai ijazah. Nah, tapi kalau semuanya distandarkan, apa kemudian kekhususannya? Apa kemudian keunikan masing-masing pesantren? Nah, memang harus balance saya kira persoalan ini.
Okay, thank you very much. Miriam, if you want to comment on any of the questions, feel free. or otherwise I have a question for you. Okay, you've been mentioning about the different experience, not only among genders but also social classes. But your focus is more on the middle classes and the lower classes, if I may say, like in a in a simpler way like that. Dari orang-orang, maksudnya orang Indonesia, baik itu yang Muslim maupun non-Muslim yang travel ke Jerusalem, do you find different, perspectives about the travel? Ini antara yang di antara mereka-mereka yang tergolong upper class, those who may come with, private jet or anything. Okay, I was wondering if there is any, different way of seeing about the travel. Yeah, thanks.
Terima kasih banyak. Thank you, Mbak Effie. That's a very interesting question. You're right. I was really dealing more with the lower classes, let's say, especially in the research on labor migration, and the middle class. But you are right that especially for Jerusalem, there is a lot of people from the upper middle classes. And from the upper middle classes, the first thing that I see that is a major difference to the others is that they do these kind of trips, also Umrah and also Ziyarah al-Aqsa every year. And this is especially difficult now during the pandemic, because I follow a lot of them on social media and they say Kangen al-Aqsa. They also have, let's say, a Facebook group of Rindu al-Aqsa, because they come here every year. And I see that for the upper middle classes, I mean, some people might say, okay, this is this is like people who can really afford to travel a lot, and maybe the lifestyle from other people's perspectives, the lifestyle can also be criticized as being very consumptive. That's one part of the story. But the other part of the story is that I see that a lot of these people feel a strong connection to Al-Aqsa. And they do really care about Al-Aqsa. It's not only the prestige of going there, it's also to fill Al-Aqsa with Muslim life, because you probably know that a lot of Muslim people from Palestine and from the neighboring countries have difficulties to enter Jerusalem, because Jerusalem is under Israeli rule. So the upper middle class who can afford to travel, a lot of them in interviews said that they also see it as their responsibility when they can afford to travel and they are able to get a visa to enter Jerusalem. They want to fill Al-Aqsa with Muslim life and with life in general. So a lot of them come every year. And it is creating what I said before, creating this presence, creating Indonesian presence at the holy site, and also a sense of ownership, memiliki. Like in Palestine, there is a strong slogan of saying Al-Quds lana in Arabic, Jerusalem is ours. And I saw that a lot of these frequent pilgrims adopted this slogan on their Facebook profile, for example, Al-Quds lana, Jerusalem is ours. So by frequently traveling to these places, it also creates a sense of ownership. We also own this holy place. And also in terms of critique to Saudi Arabia, for instance, this is also what people say a lot. The holy sites are not the ownership of any nation state. They belong to Muslims all over the world. And among the Christian Indonesians who come to Jerusalem, this is very similar. The upper middle class Christians come here every year, and it's part of their annual routine to come to pray at the holy sites in Jerusalem and in Bethlehem, other places in Palestine. And yeah, it is an annual rhythm. And again, it's not only the lifestyle of being consumptive, but also to connect Indonesia to these places and to bring home souvenirs and blessings from these places.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's such a very insightful take on that. In the remaining time, di waktu yang tersisa ini, saya akan panitia mungkin mohon bantuan ya. Okay. I'd like to invite the speakers to give, final remarks sebelum kita tutup sesinya. Jadi mungkin 1 atau 2 menit masing-masing untuk memberikan final remarks. Oke, first kalau tadi di awal Gus Nadir duluan, saya akan mengundang Pak Munjin to give the final remarks. Silakan.
Terima kasih Bu Evi. Saya senang kalau mengingat ayat hunna libasul lakum wa antum libasul lahunna. Kamu dari kalangan perempuan adalah pakaian dari laki-laki, dan kalian laki-laki merupakan pakaian dari kalian perempuan. Ini satu redaksi yang sangat indah ketika Allah menciptakan keseimbangan antara laki-laki dan perempuan. Dan karena itu ketika Allah menciptakan keseimbangan dengan struktur yang masing-masing punya kelebihan dan kekurangan, struktur itu bukan untuk dibeda-bedakan, tapi struktur itu bagaimana digunakan untuk saling melengkapi. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much. So complementarity. Thank you. Miriam, I'd like to invite you to give final remark.
Thank you very much. So again, from my side, okay, so again, thank you from my side for bringing these different perspectives together. As a final statement, I want to emphasize how fruitful I think this forum is, that I learned a lot from the others' talks, and I think that to understand women's role in society more comprehensively, we need this interdisciplinary study. And it's very, very valuable to have the interpretation of the scriptures, to talk about different people's interpretations. But for me as an anthropologist, of course, also to see what is the everyday experiences. And I appreciate very much that we have this interdisciplinary forum, and that we bring in the women's voices, the women's own voices, because in anthropology, there is always the discussion of doing research on and doing research with. So I think this is really fruitful to talk with the people who are the focus of the research. And I'm very happy also that KUPI was brought up, the Ulama Perempuan, the Forum of Ulama Perempuan, where I think there has also been a great interest in the Arab world. So in the case of mobility, I talked now mainly about how does the mobility from Indonesia to the Middle East affect Indonesia and Indonesian identities? And for the future, I would be very interested in knowing how does the mobility affect the Middle East, and how do women in the Middle East look at Indonesia, maybe go to forums like KUPI. And this is a future venue that I think would be very interesting to explore. Thank you very much.
Cool, thank you. Interdisciplinary approach to research and also looking at social events. Now, over to you, Gus Nadir, final remarks.
Ya, terima kasih panitia, para narasumber yang lain, diskusinya luar biasa keren. Ini Mbak Evi moderatornya juga luar biasa dahsyat. Senang sekali saya diundang, mudah-mudahan ada manfaatnya. Dan saya kira diskusi kita menjelaskan bahwa ternyata Islam itu harus rahmatan lil alamin, Islam yang nikmat, rahmat, penuh berkat, Islam yang ramah, bukan yang marah-marah, Islam yang merangkul, bukan memukul, yang mengajak, bukan yang mengejek, yang berpijak pada maslahat, bukan tipu muslihat, Islam yang jalan yang lurus dan tulus, bukannya akal bulus. Saya kira begitu saja Mbak Evi, terima kasih.
Thank you, rahmatan lil alamin, blessing for everybody on earth and universe. Ibu bapak sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our session. Before ending the session, I'd like to return the session to Ibu Puri, our MC. She will be able to guide you to the next agenda. Thank you so much, Gus Nadir, Miriam, and also Pak Munjin. It's been such a pleasure discussing with you and Ibu bapak for the participation. Over to you, Ibu Puri.
Okay, now we are in the end of this webinar, but before we close to this plenary session, I would like to share some information to you. For parallel session, all presenters, participants, and all keynote speakers, actually, it is very delightful if you can join the discussion at the parallel session after this. And the rooms for parallel session will be divided into 5 breakout rooms. So please rename your Zoom account using your full name and to be added automatically in the selected rooms. For the certificate of this conference will be delivered to the participants and the presenters after submitting the following link that has been shared by the committee. I think that's all for today. I would like to say thank you once again for all of the keynote speakers that have very insightful talks today. I would like to share some quotes for you. Men of quality respect women's equality. I think that's all for today, ladies and gentlemen. May I say thank you once again for your participation. I hope you enjoy all of the program that we delivered to you. Assalamualaikum and stay safe, everyone.
Terima kasih semuanya, mohon pamit. Makasih Mbak Evi, Bu Miriam.
Terima kasih Pak Nadir, Mas Nadir, terima kasih. Miriam, terima kasih. Pak Munji, terima kasih. Ya, Prof. Emi, Prof. Aish, it was such a great session. Thank you. Kita kembali jam 1 ya, Bu Putri ya. Jam 1 di breakout room ya.
Silakan untuk tetap stay di sini karena nanti di breakout room akan dibagi menjadi 5 ruangan dan 5 ruangan ini partisipan boleh masuk ke ruangan-ruangan yang disediakan karena akan ada beberapa topik yang terpilih. Jadi silakan untuk tetap di sini untuk dapat berdiskusi lanjut terkait dengan paper-paper yang telah disubmit di konferensi ini.
Terima kasih. Jadi istirahat tanpa harus log out ya. Oke, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Bu Miriam, terima kasih banyak Gus Nadir dan Bu Ais, Kak Munjin.
Kayaknya aku nggak perlu di spotlight ya Mas.